Coors Field in Denver, this 6-game road trip comes to a close for the Dodgers with a chance to go 4-2 on the trip and win a 4th consecutive series as they take on the Rockies. And we say welcome inside with Oral and Nomar. I'm Joe Davis. Alana Rizzo joins us in just a moment. It's been the veterans driving things for this offense that start right at the top of it. Chase Utley has continued to be fantastic.
Well, the offense has been solid all year long, but the table setter really has been Chase Utley. When I look what the Dodgers have done in the first inning, they've scored 17 runs total in the first inning, and that's just in 18 games. Chase Utley's having a tremendous series here in Colorado, but what's impressive to me, and in the leadoff spot in 15 games, his batting average is over .320. And what do you expect from a leadoff hitter? Well, to get on base. And all Chase has done is hit near .400 with an on-base percentage. Needs guys to knock him in.
All right, he's had a guy knocking him in. He's had several, but let's focus on another veteran piece, Adrian Gonzalez in that cleanup spot.
Yeah, a guy who hasn't had an off day. He just continues to hit, and you can't take him out of the lineup. And he is consistent with his RBIs throughout his career. Another chapter in a great career for Adrian as he starts off this April again, pulverizing the ball. Home run in Atlanta that got the offense kick-started in the 6th inning off a lefty, and that bomb right there. But he is not just a power hitter. He pitches up the situational RBIs, and he continues to drive runs in. It is almost impossible for Dave Roberts to take him out of the lineup to rest him.
He and this Dodgers lineup will face off with Jordan Lyles of the Rockies. Alex Wood counters for the Dodgers, trying to rebound off that rough start that opened this road trip. When we come back, Alana Rizzo talks about Kenley Jansen, who's #1 in the majors, 8 for 8 in save opportunities so far. LA is brought to you by T-Mobile. Get major league coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE in the last year. Series finale, road trip finale for the Dodgers as they take on the Rockies in the rubber match of this 3-game set. With the temperature in the low 60s. A bit of a cool Sunday afternoon as Dave Roberts sends out this starting lineup. Brought to you by Honda. Once again, it has Chase Utley at the top of it, with Corey Seager hitting out of the 2 spot. Puig with his 2nd consecutive game hitting 3rd because Justin Turner gets another day off with that minor toe injury. Gonzalez, Grandal, and Kendrick in the middle. And Trace Thompson makes his first start of the trip with Alex Wood, the pitcher, batting 9th. We'll try to get their hits off Jordan Lyles, a 25-year-old from Hartsville, South Carolina, who makes his 4th start. The number's not pretty, but his last start was Monday in Cincinnati. Held the Reds to 1 unearned run over 7 innings to get his first win.
Yeah, he's trying to repeat that again because in his first 2 outings, he didn't make it past the 4th inning. Really had trouble with his command, but found the command in his last outing against Cincinnati. He's going to come at you with a fastball that hovers around the low to mid-90s, and it does have some sinking action to it, especially when he keeps it down in the zone. He also has some sinking action on his changeup as well, which is it's a split finger type of changeup, so it does have some downward action. It has a slider, curveball, is fiddling around with a cutter as well, so a mix of pitches. One thing, he has not beaten the Dodgers in his career. He is 0-3 versus the Dodgers, but has never faced them here at Coors Field.
Yeah, that's the thing, that with that ERA over 6 against the Dodgers, not face him at Coors Field. He's an all-around athlete. He was a 3-sport star, basketball and football, and he's the mid-brother of 5 boys, so he's trying to turn his career around right now. He had to deal with the left toe injury last year, but now he's trying to become a fixture in this Rockies rotation.
There have been a couple of weird injuries for him. That toe injury you mentioned last year shut him down after 10 starts. In 2014, he missed 2 months with a broken glove hand that he suffered covering home after a wild pitch. Former 1st-round pick of the Astros. Now with the Rockies. His 3rd season in Colorado. Delivers his first pitch of the day, and off we go as strike 1 to Chase Utley. Closed captioning today is brought to you by Shumash Casino Resort, where we are all about you. Chase bounces one to 3rd. Arenado's got it for the first out. He debuted with the Astros, did Lyles, and it was traded here to the Rockies for Dexter Fowler. He was now with the Cubs, having a monster season. Lyles just trying to stay healthy.
Yeah, also part of that deal was Brendan Barnes, who's in center field for the Rockies today.
Here's Corey Seager, who attacks the first pitch. LeMahieu from his knees throws him out.
That ball looked like it was going to find the hole right off of Corey Seager's bat, but LeMahieu with that 6'4" frame of his over there at second base making a fine play.
One of 2 Gold Glovers in this infield. A 3-time Gold Glover that made the play on the first one, and Nolan Arenado. 2 up and 2 down in a hurry, and here's Yasiel Puig. An aggressive approach from Dodger hitters so far. Puig hitting a notch above 300. Looks like he lost part of the logo on his helmet there, huh? Most of it.
3/4 of it.
Yeah.
It's not a sticker. The Dodgers don't have a sticker. It's kind of, I think they make it out of 3D printing. As you can see, it kind of has like a 3D effect on it where it's kind of coming out of the helmet. It's not most helmets on the big leagues. You see that? You can see that angle right there. So that one, yeah.
Kind of chipped off.
Yep. We'll get a new one. A lot of times there are times you don't see guys' emblem in the front is because they have so much pine tar on their helmet. That's what it's usually covered, but not that one.
I like these new helmets. I think that's sweet, that logo popping. The matte finish. So many teams are going to it. Here's a better look at it. One that's intact.
I like them on the coaches. You know, the first and the third base coaches getting to wear them. George and Chris. They look more like a hat down there for them. Take a look there instead of the real shiny brim. And it's a little classier looking.
Lyles trying to work a 1-2-3 first. His 2-2 to Puig. Inside, count goes full. Final game in this series. Rockies took the opener on Friday 7-5. Dodgers responded with a 4-1 win last night. They got 1 in the first, they got 2 in the second, and held on. They've scored in the first inning, as you said, Nomar, off of the top in 3 consecutive games. They've been one of the best first inning offenses in baseball all year. Lyles to Puig with another 3-2. And he walked him. Good at bat for Puig, who hustles his way down to first. First Dodgers base runner of the afternoon. A plus 11 run differential in the first, best in the bigs. There are 2 teams that have scored more runs, but that's the best differential. And with 2 outs, Adrian Gonzalez gets to bat in this first inning. 5th in the NL with that .352 average. He's homered 3 times, twice on this trip. Once in Atlanta, which really turned the tide in that series. And once in the first inning of game 1 of this set.
That home run in Atlanta was in the 6th inning to tie it up. It was off of Flaherty, a lefty.
And the Dodgers needed that too. They needed a spark. Because in that first game, we all know how they were just a little sluggish, it looked like in the first game, and it looked a little bit in the second game, and that home run really kind of turned the page.
Here's a 2-0. Outside, 3 balls, no strikes on Adrian, who against Jordan Lyles in his career is only 1 for 10.
Even if he's 1 for 10, the way he's be swinging it, he still has a green light on 3-0 if he likes the pitch.
Takes ball 4. And after Lyles got the first 2 men of the inning in just 3 pitches, he's walked Puig and Gonzalez. Isn't it surprising when you look at numbers against a pitcher and Adrian's 1 for 10? I mean, it seems like everybody we look at as far as starting pitchers, he's homered off of. Writing those numbers in each day.
And Jordan Lyles at 25, it's not like he hasn't had many starts. This is his 101st start of his career.
Walt Weiss out there talking with Tripp Gibson, the home plate umpire. And now the crew chief, Hunter Wendelstadt. Idea about what?
I don't know what. I was trying to look at the batting order. I go, did somebody get out of order? But
no, Yasmani Grandal was in the batting order 5th, and here he comes, 5th man to bat in this first inning. On base percentage above 500 in his first 2 weeks active this year. After starting the year on the disabled list with a sore forearm. Has been great for the Dodgers since his return. It takes ball 1. Had yesterday off as far as catching duties. Pinch hit late in that game. A 4-1 Dodger win to even the series at 1 apiece. 2-0, and Lyles has lost the zone.
you were talking about Yasmani pitch hitting yesterday. You know, we saw a lot with Don Mattingly. Rarely did you ever see a catcher coming off. He really saved the catcher if they weren't playing, but to come off and pinch hit. And we've seen it a couple of times already from Dave Roberts, where he's not afraid to use them.
That's 7 consecutive, make that 8 consecutive balls that he's delivered after he was locked into the first 2 batters of the game.
Yasiel, he was missing to arm side. The 2 lefties after it, Gonzalez and now Yasmani, he's missing arm side and high. He's yet to make an adjustment.
Had that great start against Cincinnati Monday, but in his 2 starts at home this year, Lyles has allowed 10 runs in 8 innings and lost both those games. Ball 9. He's walked them loaded.
It doesn't get any easier now with bases loaded when you know you have to come in. And every one of his misses is in the same place. He's spinning out a little bit towards first base, kind of running away from his arm. And then the arm is late, and so the ball is high.
He was a strike away from getting Puig to work a 1-2-3 first. Walked him. 4-pitch walk to Gonzalez. 4-pitch walk to Grandal, and it's Howie Kendrick with a chance, Nomar, to keep that string going of first inning runs.
Right here, you know how he's going to be taking. There's really no need. You got to wait to see if he can find it.
And does.
And as a hitter, you know that one's always right down the middle. The one you're looking for.
Howie Kendrick takes outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Starting at third base again today for Justin Turner. 3rd time he's been there this year. Bases loaded in the first with 2 gone, and Kendrick shoots one down the right field line, foul, 1-2.
I like that swing from Howie Kendrick. I've seen him lately, you know, you see him coming in with an average about 171. He's been struggling a little bit, but what I like about it is he squared that ball up, and his strength is going to the opposite field. I've seen him kind of rolling over, pulling more balls than usual. Hopefully that can help him get back on track.
Softly hit up along third, testing the Gold Glover, Arenado, who gets him. Golden. And the Dodgers leave the bases loaded in the first inning. What a play. Challenging that, but Howie Kendrick was clearly out just by a hair, and they decided not to burn a challenge.
Yeah, that would have been one where it was just, even if they were looking at it, there wasn't enough there. If they said, okay, it was around the exact same time, or the foot and the ball hit the glove as a tie, they'll go with what's been called on the field, which was out. And despite the call. What a tremendous play by Nolan Arenado. I mean, that was a big-time play.
But they've come to expect of the three-time Gold Glover at third. Hunter Wendelstedt still on headset, but Alex Wood's already out there throwing his warm-up pitches. I think everybody else has moved on from it.
I don't know if Hunter's on the headset regarding that play, but let's not forget Walt Weiss was out there talking to Hunter. Now Hunter's going back to talk to Walt Weiss, and also Hunter in the half inning went to go talk to Dave Roberts, only to talk to him about why Walt Weiss was talking to him. So.
Well, as Walt Weiss and Hunter Wendelstedt chat over whatever it is they're discussing, let's give you a look at the Rockies starting lineup, brought to you by Honda. Brandon Barnes has driven in 3 in this series and earns his first game at the top of the order. Story, Gonzalez, and Arenado. That's been a staple of 2, 3, and 4 in this lineup. Dustin Garneau making his first start of the series at catcher. Jordan Lyles, 89th, doing the pitching. 25-year-old Alex Wood out of Charlotte, North Carolina, making his 4th start of the season. Struggled on Tuesday at Atlanta, the second shortest outing of his career, lasted only 4.
One good outing sandwiched around a couple of bad outings, but his bullets that he is throwing this year are so much sharper every pitch. And I think what he really needs to do is get back to pitching. I think he's really enjoying how the ball's coming out of his hand. But it's got to be more about location and just take the blessing that your mechanics and your arm are feeling so good and hit some spots.
Brandon Barnes leading off. Ahead of the count, 2-1. He's had a great series, Barnes has, off of the bench. Had the game-winning 2-run triple in the opener. Had an RBI double in a pinch hit spot last night. This is his first start. 2-2. Arm covered in tattoos. He said some people collect art in their houses. I collect art on my body. Each of his tattoos has a meaning. Came over in the same deal that brought today's starting pitcher. You mentioned that, no, Mark. Jordan Lyles over from the Astros. Sent Dexter Fowler to Houston before he went on to the Cubs. Wood starts his day with a back foot breaker for a strikeout.
Strong right-handed hitting lineup that the Rockies put out there, and especially here in Coors Field, Alex Wood is going to have to use the inner part of the plate today to be successful. Right there with the breaking ball.
Brings up Trevor Story. Tied for the major league lead with Bryce Harper with those 8 home runs. They came in his first 13 games. He is the first player in Major League history to do that. 8 home runs in the first 13 games of his career. He also leads the majors in strikeouts, though, 28 this season.
And he also was the one that hit the ball to right center that Yasiel Puig threw him out at third base.
That wall right there, he's hit 3 times, which is a new extension there, and so there might be 3 more home runs if they wouldn't have raised the right field wall.
I'd give him 11. But if it wasn't for that wall, we wouldn't have that memorable play from Puig from Friday. So thank you, Wall.
We would have had a Story home run.
I don't know.
1-2 pitch. Got him with the same look in action to that back foot with a breaking ball. 2 away.
That is big and sharp. The last one was a little lower. That one was a little bit more, looked like a strike when it started out. Boy, it's a long time in the strike zone before it gets that last gear and finishes. to miss that bat.
It's a nice break right there, and when you can set the tone early that you're not afraid to come in, or especially to finish you off, that word goes back into the dugout. So now you're going to get guys trying to look in there, which opens up the plate so you can go on the outer half.
Here's Carlos Gonzalez. Yet another good power hitter in this Rockies lineup. 4 home runs this season. And leading the club with a .338 average. Broke his bat off Wood to second. Chase Utley throws him out in a 1-2-3 first inning for Alex Wood. On to the second, no score. Gorgeous. Oral looking at me like he doesn't watch movies. Nomar too. No?
No, I'm just
enjoying the sunshine.
Beautiful, beautiful scene here.
Here's Jock Peterson leading off this second inning, taking ball 1 from Jordan Lyles. Bottom third of the Dodger order coming up against him. After the Dodgers loaded the bases in the first on 3 walks against Lyles.
I really comment about the sunshine. I'm old school.
What about old school has to do with not talking about sunshine?
I thought it might have been the old school movie, but I think it's Dumb and Dumber.
Oh, right, yeah.
Thanks a lot, Truck.
3-0 on Jock. 1 for 6 in this series. Has a couple of walks. Has scored twice. 3-1.
Talk about different times when you can really take that big swing and go for that home run. Jock Peterson, wasn't a bad thought right there. That was a bigger swing than we've seen from him this year.
And a leadoff walk. The 4th free pass already issued by Lyles, who had only thrown 6 in his first 3 starts.
Sometimes there's a little trepidation about facing a good offensive lineup, and then in this park. And remember, he has never faced the Dodgers here at Coors, and it's a team that over the course of time has had an ERA for him over 6.
Yeah. His career ERA is over 5. Split between Houston and here in Colorado. And this is upstairs to Trace Thompson making his first start this weekend. Hit twice last night late in the game, or twice in the opener late in the game, and struck out both times.
Jordan Lyles has gotten a lot of opportunities to prove that he is where he should have been in the draft, which in the draft was a 2008 first rounder in the supplemental phase. So Houston and Colorado, who invested a lot of resources in him.
Hard hit wide of third and foul, and it's 1-2.
I heard Dave Roberts down there yelling through our field mics, and remember the day game after the night game, how gregarious and over the top he was, and I think he really will be that way again today, wanting this last game of the road trip, not having guys just kind of phone it in.
It was a noon local start after an extra innings game in Atlanta the night before. 1-2 to Trace Thompson. Inside, the count evens at 2-2.
He's not that far removed from his playing days, where he understands the grind of the season and which days you have a tendency to have a flat tire.
Well, today was a 2 o'clock start. It's not your typical 1 o'clock, or wasn't the noon as you just mentioned over there in Atlanta. But they still didn't take batting practice. Neither team took batting practice. You see that a lot. That day game after a night game. Just now with these new stadiums, they have batting cages and all the workouts underneath, so you can get your work done there.
And they'll still post the hitting schedule for the cage, because they just can't have about 10 guys show up all at once. So you still have your 20-minute groups, and then probably your individual time. And I don't know if they have 2 cages on the visiting side or just 1, but some facilities you can get 2-3 cages on each side.
Peterson at first after the leadoff walk, and Trace Thompson with a nice at bat down the right field line will move Jock Peterson to third, and Thompson on his way to second with a double. Good at bat. Pays it off with a 2-bagger, and the Dodgers in business here in the second.
That was a really nice at bat by Trace Thompson, especially with a lot of the pitches coming in on him over this at bat. You know, the Jordan Lyles was having trouble finding the strike zone, but regardless of that, he was seeing balls all on the inner half. So it's really easy as a hitter to think, okay, they're going to try to pound me in. I'm going to have to try to get the barrel out. And you have a tendency to fly open with your front shoulder, and he stayed in on that and drove it to right field.
On the 7th pitch of that at bat against Lyles, now Alex Wood puts it in play to short. Trevor Story going to third, and they get Thompson. Peterson scores, and the Dodgers lead 1-0.
Well, good job by Alex Wood putting that ball in play, especially up the middle, because that's where they are back. But Trace Thompson kind of got stuck out there in the middle of no man's land. He should have just held up, knowing that the ball's up the middle. The throw is not going home.
Yeah, that's a base running mistake by Trace Thompson. You know, when it's hit to your right, you're supposed to freeze or go back to the base. When it's hit to your left, you're leading off second, then you can go to third. And I know it was a chopper. Then he had to stop and wait because that ball would have hit him as well. So
Chase Utley taking a strike. RBI for Alex Wood, his first of the year, the 8th of his career. Dave Roberts said on Friday night, remember the Dodgers had a couple of men thrown out on the bases. This is just not the place you can afford to have that because of the potential for huge innings here.
Yeah, the caveat to Nomar's rule on where the ball's hit, and Nomar, you know this of course, is that if you can pass the ball, but when he had to hesitate because of the chop and it was going to hit him, that's where he ended up hung out to dry.
Utley grounded out to third his first time. Here he pulls one foul, and it's 1-2. He's reached base in 13 consecutive games that he's started. Dave Roberts saying he'll get a day off tomorrow in the series opener against the Marlins with the left-handed Wei-Yin Chen starting for Miami. Dodgers counter with Ross Stripling tomorrow.
Knew Chase was going to get a day off at some point. There were times we thought maybe Atlanta, when we talked about that noon game after that day game, because especially that night game where he was all over the place.
Off of the glove of Story, who recovers and throws it wide. Nobody was covering third as a product of the overshift. Arenado hustles back there to make sure there's no further advance.
This was a rocket right back up the middle. You're frustrated as a hitter because you're going, gosh, why are they playing me right there, playing the shift perfectly? You did everything right.
Got a strange hop with that launch off the mound.
And then messed up Story. Once it went off the mound, it gave him a different hop because it skipped off that mound, and then it got him in between hops.
So 2 on with 1 out now. Here's Corey Seager. Still no ruling, hit or error on that last play. And I'll call it E6 at 4. Seager 0 for 1 with a ground out to second. And on this 1-0 pitch, he takes it outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Or when you were playing and getting on, say you get on base like Alex Wood early in the game, does the running really affect you, or does it kind of get you, can it help you get going and get loose?
Yeah, he threw well in the first inning, so you hope it just helps him. It helped me for sure. I liked being engaged in the game, and it gave your mind a break because you got something new to really concentrate on. You know, the offensive side, the hitting part, and then all of a sudden you're on base and you're concentrating on your secondary leads, and you're concentrating on what's going on in front of you or behind you. So it gave you a mental break from grinding on your pitching.
Just hoping this thin air, he doesn't have to make a mad dash for the plate on a base hit. Hard to catch your breath up at altitude. 3-1.
You get that burning lung sensation sometimes here.
Isn't it crazy how quickly you feel winded?
Getting acclimated here is really different. I don't know how long it takes the locals when they go on vacation and come home, but it doesn't seem like we can catch up in 3 days.
Generous strike, 3-2. A lot of Olympic athletes train in this area because anywhere else you go is going to feel easy after training in the thin air here in the Rockies. A walk, a hit, and an error in this inning. And a 3-2. Upstairs to Seager. The second walk of the inning. The 5th walk already issued by Jordan Lyles. More balls than strikes total, and once again the Dodgers have them loaded.
It's interesting because all the lefties he's missing away, and they're being very disciplined in taking that pitch, especially Corey Seager, young in his career, not wanting to drive the run in. And now Yasiel Puig, who can hammer that inside fastball. He's having a tough time getting the ball away. So Yasiel, with his continued growth mentally and with discipline, watching the pattern here, maybe pick up on that and waylay on one.
Chris Rusin warming in the Rockies bullpen, and Puig with a chance to give the Dodgers an early cushion. He had an 8-pitch at bat his first time up, and it turned into a walk. The first of those 5 free passes that Lyles has issued.
Yasiel Puig deciding, like, I'm going to pull the pants up. First at bat, he had him down.
And he pulls a base hit into left. Whatever he did, it worked. Wood is in. Utley's right behind him. To third goes Seager, and Puig hustles his way into second. Dodgers take a 3-0 lead as Puig jumps over the first one.
He was watching the pattern, Nomar, and he sat on that fastball, and the thing tailed right in there, and he opened up really with kind of his old bad swing, but with the new approach, he's able to keep it fair.
Well, he just got the barrel out in front and squared that ball up perfectly, and maybe it was the Sox, I don't know. Or just it was just a really nice approach right there by Yasiel. He slides in. He still needs help sliding. That's what you've seen Yasiel slide a lot of head first this year than we've seen him go feet first. That was one of the first times we've seen him go feet first.
If we don't believe in jinxing a no-hitter, we don't believe in high Sox.
What?
I'm not there.
Can't have it both ways.
Believe
Gonzalez takes ball one. Did you notice the full emblem back on his helmet? Yasiel did. Mitch Poole, the sticker back on there.
So you think whole new Yasiel this setback.
Jeez,
wow.
Different guy.
26-man roster.
Nice.
I can't hit with half an emblem.
No.
I can't hit with low socks.
Gonzalez walked his first time as well. He waits on this 1-1. Left over the plate, bounced softly to the right side. It will bring home Seager and make it 4-0. So the pants pulled up, full emblem.
Yep. There you go. That was his second at bat on the left and his first at bat today, with the emblem kind of half off and pants down.
It's like something from those highlight magazines where you have to circle what's different.
Yeah. Here's Grandal with Puig at third and 2 gone. 4 in the bank for the Dodgers here in the second. Grandal, the 8th man to bat in the inning. And it's good to see them cashing in on some opportunities here, because on this road trip, while it's been positive in the win column, so the bottom line is there, they have missed some opportunities. Only hitting .237 with men in scoring position on the trip. Puig with a big blow in the frame, a 2-run double. Grandal floats it into center for Barnes. And the inning comes to a close, but the Dodgers score 4 times and take a nice lead into the bottom of the second for Alex Wood. Coors Light cold hard facts today. How about the starts to this season for Clayton Kershaw and Kenta Maeda, giving the Dodgers quite a 1-2 punch in that rotation. When the question coming into the season was, man, what does this Dodger rotation look like now that it's Clayton and everybody else? Zach Greinke no longer in there. So far, Kenta Maeda leading the National League with that .036 ERA.
Well, I think Kenta Maeda has answered every question so far coming into this season. You know, how's he going to adapt? Well, he looks like he's adapted just fine. How's he going to go through the lineup twice? Well, he's done that just fine.
Alex Wood delivering strike one to Nolan Arenado.
How's he going to pitch in Colorado? He did that just fine.
Yeah.
I think just really for me, the last question is, you know, when he faces a team twice, when they see him the second time, the adjustment he makes.
Arenado takes outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, the big story when the Dodgers lost Zach Greinke over the offseason was, you know, who's going to fill in for Zach. And through the first 4 starts of each guy, the Kershaw-Greinke 2015 or the Maeda-Kershaw 2016.
Arenado with a rocket. Does it stay fair? No.
Kershaw-Maeda in 2016 are 5-0 with a .98. Kershaw and Greinke in 2015 were 4-1 at this point with a 2.65. So the addition of Kenta Maeda has not been a loss yet, and he's still over there working on his hitting, pitching he's got. And the difference really in the ERA, the .98 and the 2.65. Remember, Clayton got off to a slow start last year. But how's Zach doing now?
Funny you should ask. 1 and 2 with an ERA above 5.
So we got to give our front office some credit as at this point and say, you know what, they were disciplined enough to not jump, and they look for other places, and they're always looking for the best, but you have to balance that with what the best costs you.
Yeah.
And how it fits into the whole team concept, not only for this year but for a few years down the road.
Wood walks Arenado to start this inning, and I don't think any of us are trying to argue that Kenta Maeda is a better major league pitcher than Zach Greinke at this point, or that Zach Greinke is going to have numbers like that the whole year. No. But you mentioned the cost thing. I mean, Kenta Maeda is with the Dodgers on a very nice deal for the Dodgers, with a chance with incentives to pay him off well. And we all know what Zach Greinke wound up going for with a triple-figure salary.
We have 8 years, around $25 million for Kenta that's guaranteed, and then there's like $75 million worth of incentives. So he could be 8 years at $100 million. You could go get 2 more Kentas to continue to fill the gap of what you lost with Zach.
Mark Reynolds looks at a strike. You saw that a moment ago that Kenta Maeda is the first pitcher ever in his first 4 games, all of which were starts, to allow just 1 run. Reynolds fouls it off, and it's 0-2. He's one of 3 pitchers since 1900 to throw at least 25 innings, so to get that great length in his first 4 starts and allow just 1 run, and that's regardless of, you know, whether it was starts or relief appearances to begin a career. So that group of 3 pitchers all time to do that does include Fernando Valenzuela in his 1981 season. It gets by Reynolds, and Arenado advances to second. The other guy in that group, George McQuillan, the 1907 Phillies. Got off to a fantastic start, but then his career soon was derailed by some off-field issues. And no reason to open up old wounds for old George McQuillan, so look up those off-field issues. You can find them. Fernando Valenzuela, George McQuillan, Kenta Maeda, the only 3 guys in the modern era to throw at least 25 innings in their first 4 starts and allow just 1 run. Even Doc Gooden, who had that monster rookie season, considered one of the great rookie seasons ever in 1984, in his second start, he gave up 6 runs. One and 2 on Mark Reynolds.
Isn't it interesting that Kenta just jumped right by all the other guys that came over from Japan that were so famous, and we're talking all time now already, not just how are you compared to your countrymen.
Hideo Nomo in his first 4 starts gave up 10 runs. Daisuke struck out 31 in his first 4 starts, but allowed 12 runs. Yu Darvish in his first game allowed 5 runs. Kenta Maeda historically good through 4. Reynolds breaks his bat and a bouncer to Kendrick. 1 out.
Kenta has driven in or scored more runs than he's given up.
That's amazing.
Any pitcher would like to do that.
Yeah. He has that solo shot that he had in his first game. First Dodger to hit a home run. First Dodger pitcher to hit a home run in his first game since Dan Bankhead did it back in 1947. Bankhead was the first African-American pitcher in the majors. It wasn't until a couple years later that Don Newcomb debuted.
And Nuke could hit.
Gerardo Parra with a runner at second and 1 gone takes ball 1.
Well, Alex Wood starts this inning off, which is that big shutdown inning after your team gets you all those runs, and Cardinal sin of walking the leadoff hitter, but fortunately got that ground ball to the left side to hold the runner at second so far after the wild pitch.
The key is, even if you get that leadoff walk, is if you can get back on there and work quickly to start throwing strikes or start finishing off batters. And Mark Reynolds worked the full count at bat. So right now it's still not feeling it right now. And there's just even the communication right now between him and Yasmani.
They just changed up the signs too. Corey Seager coming in, that's standing directly behind Alex Wood, and he gets to peer in at Yasmani, putting the fingers down so he can know, is it an off-speed pitch, is it a heater in, so he can decide which way to shade, especially as the runner wants to try and block him out a little bit. That is a really good sign, though. They had trouble finding the sign and what he wanted to throw, and he was shaking and called out and had a meeting, and I want fastball in. And then he just pegs it in there. That is a really good sign. Mechanically, rhythm, and confidence. When a pitcher gets a little scared, he seems to always default to trying to throw the ball away, breaking ball away, fastball away, changeup away. It takes a different confidence to pound inside.
Comes inside again, and Parra singles into center. Arenado will score easily on a base hit from Gerardo Parra. The Rockies on the board in the second.
He came inside, but I'm not sure that's where he wanted it. Looked like Yasmani wanted a changeup away.
Yasmani was away, definitely.
Yep. That ball just kind of tailed. He got to the inside of it like he wants to on his changeup to get the movement, but it tailed back in for him.
So a walk, a wild pitch, and then a single, giving the Rockies their first run of the day, and up comes DJ LeMahieu, who broke up Maeda's no-hitter with 1 out in the 6th inning last night with a single to center. Lone hit of the series for him. That 1 run the Dodgers held the Rockies to last evening is season low for them. It was the first time in Coors Field that the Rockies had been held to just 1 run since last August. Popped him up into the bright sunshine. Who takes charge? It's Utley.
Alex Wood was involved for a long time, and then when he finally figured out the infield was going to get it, as he bailed, kind of cut off Howie Kendrick. But the captain is one of the middle infielders.
That's where, aren't you, as a pitcher, just get out of the way, because you're already thinking as a middle infielder, you're worried about the mound. There you go. You saw that right there. You cut off Howie, but it's one of those where even when you know there's a man on first, just get out of the way, because you know that even if it falls, there's probably a play at second base.
You know, it brings up a question for me with all the shifting of how you decide who's captaining the pop-ups. Do you go by the conventional order, which is shortstop first, second baseman second at the middle, and then when you come to the very middle, it's between first and third and the catcher? How do you create that order now?
Well, and it's, I guess for a pitcher, we saw the other day where the pitcher caught the foul ball, pop up on the foul ball because everybody was in the shift. He was the only one there. Where usually you can get out of the way as a pitcher, say, okay, my third baseman would have that or somebody else, but
we're going to have Alana do a segment in pregame interviewing Chris Woodward on how they're breaking down now the pop-up priority.
Well, just also the pitchers have to be aware so much more now.
Two and on Dustin Garneau, catching, batting 8th, first start of the series for him.
You are so right about the pitcher has a lot more responsibility. Used to be backup third, backup home, and cover first.
Now
stay out of the way with pop-ups and rundowns.
Now you may have to cover bases. Now you may, okay, they're shifting one way. Now they hit the ball, beat the shift, or I have everybody on the right side. There's a play at third. It's first and third. I have to, do I go cover third base, or do I go just back up? Where am I supposed to be?
It's like a basketball defense.
Shot. I'm just thinking too, is that spring training more and more, you know, when we used to go over spring training drills and let's go work on their cutoffs and relays, and they hit the ball in the gap. Okay, where does everybody go? The shortstop goes out, second base trail, and it's usually pretty quick because everybody knows where they're supposed to be. You just want to be nice and clean. Well, now they're going to have to do it longer with shifts and go over those.
Garneau hits a deep fly to left center. Trace Thompson and Jock Peterson converge, and it's Peterson to put it into the second inning. Rockies get on the board and a base hit from Parra with the Dodgers lead 4-1. On Sportsnet LA is brought to you by the Dodge Challenger. Test drive one at your local Dodge dealer today. Dodgers gunning for a 4th consecutive series win, trying to get their 8th win out of the last 11. Kendrick, Peterson, Thompson here in the 3rd against Jordan Lyles, who has struggled mightily with control through 2 innings, walking 5. Kendrick goes after the first one, pokes one to second for LeMahieu. We check in with Alana Rizzo.
Well, guys, oftentimes around ballparks you'll see signs that say no pepper or no pepper games, but that's not the case here at Coors Field, and that's exactly what took place earlier today. Dave Roberts and Jock Peterson and a couple of the coaches and some of the pitchers were actually out there playing a game of pepper today and yesterday. I asked Doc what it was about as far as why Jock was involved in. He said, you know, we're talking a lot about bat path and directing that ball. He said, we just want to make sure that he's continuing to make contact. So it's an old school game I haven't seen on the field in a long time, but that's exactly what's going on today.
Here he is at the plate taking a strike. What do you think, Nomar?
I think it's great. I think more kids should be playing pepper back home. It's easy to just have a game, and it doesn't take 3 or 4. It can just take 2 people. Just throw it and hit it back to each other. It really does teach you kind of the bat control, and because you can't hit it so hard, you can't take a full swing, and where you're actually trying to hit it. I think it's a great game.
Yeah, he's not just hitting it, he's trying to hit it to a particular person. Sometimes you play that you got to go in order. Sometimes you go, okay, the left guy, the right guy, now the 2 middle guys. And so you really do learn about the timing and the placement of the barrel.
And we all know for Jock, you know, he is trying to shorten up his swing at times. Being better, you know, all the strikeouts he had last year, he recognizes, plus the average, just the struggles. And I think we've seen some changes so far this year. I've already seen that at certain moments where he has shortened up.
See what he does on 2-2. Drills a fly ball to right. Gonzalez back on it to the track. Turns and it's gone. Boy, even juked me. He settled like it was coming to him. And it winds up in the 4th row for a home run.
That's a little farther than pepper. But it all works together.
I'll tell you, having success like that also helps you believe in what they're doing, believe in the process. Remember, we always used to hear, oh, that was beautiful. I just like that short swing right there. I'm sorry, I was caught watching the replay as, you know, as we see Carlos Gonzalez just go, watch that go over his head.
So, you know, you're taught to watch the fielders and their movement to judge the flight of the fly ball. Gonzalez gets back there and stops at the edge of the track like, I got this.
He deked you.
He did. Thanks, Carlos.
And I was saying, when I was talking about believing in the process, we always heard D. Gordon say, no, just believe in the process when he was here, and it kind of changed. Well, Jock Peterson now, having pepper, then being rewarded, believing in the process, being short. You know, people back home were like, how was that short? How do you hit it that far and be short? But it was staying on the ball. He looked like he was trying to stay more up the middle than fly open, like we saw last year so much and so often.
Thompson pops it up in short right field. Mark Reynolds in foul ground has it. So Jock's 3rd home run of the season, and the Dodgers in front 5-1. You can start your Dodger bobblehead collection tomorrow when the Dodgers take on the Marlins. First 40,000 fans get a Clayton Kershaw bobblehead from Security Benefit. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. It's a must-have item. Wood hits a fly ball to deep right field. That ball's carrying well, and it's off the wall. Wood holds up with a long single. His first hit of the season.
I tell you what, I enjoyed the hitting, but he kind of jogged like he hit a home run. He wasn't thinking 2 out of the box, or maybe he thought, oh, this is just going to be caught. I never hit the ball that far. He really just never gets into his stride. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, that is going to be okay, and I haven't run hard enough to get there.
At least he was wise and not making 2 mistakes. One mistake, okay, maybe not running hard, but then making it worse by getting thrown out and trying to stretch it into a double.
Utley with an opposite field base hit. In his 3rd at bat, the first 3 innings.
I'm glad he gets a base hit because his last at bat goes down as an error, but he hit a rocket right back up the middle that ate up Trevor Story. That was a question whether they're going to mark it as a hit or an error. And I can understand them marking it as an error. It was Adam, and he bobbled it and he missed it, but it was well hit.
Seager grounded out the second on the first pitch he saw, and walked and scored in the 2nd inning. Walt Weiss coming out here with 2 gone in the 3rd. It has not been pretty for Jordan Lyles, and his day is finished. Runners at first and second, his responsibility. He allows at least 5 runs on 5 hits and 5 walks. In the 3rd inning, Jordan Lyles not good today. Chris Russin hopes to have better success, and so far this year the number's decent. In his 2nd season in a Rockies uniform after spending 3 years with the Cubs, team that drafted him.
And a left-on-left situation for Corey Seager now, and we've seen Corey hit off of lefties. They have rarely tried to avoid left-handers with him. He looks very good against them. Jordan Lyles with a rough day.
Two and 2/3, and again the book not yet closed. Alex Wood at second, Chase Utley at first, both his responsibility. Dodgers trying to add on to this 5-1 3rd inning lead. The first man Russin faces is Corey Seager. Went after the first pitch, it disappeared on him.
The league has figured out that Corey likes the first pitch, and they either pound him in with a fastball, or a lot of times he'll see that off-speed pitch.
Seager hits a deep fly ball to right center. Gonzalez running back on it. That bounces off the wall. Seager around second, on his way to 3rd with a 2-run triple. And it's 7-1 Dodgers in the 3rd.
The Rocky starters have gone 5-4 and now 2 2/3, but the Dodgers are now picking on the bullpen.
Like, they throw him a breaking ball, first pitch away, lays off of it. Talk about him being aggressive, looking for that fastball, and then he gets that fastball on the inner half. Really easy as a hitter to leak on the outer half, to think, okay, they want to stay away from me, and then he comes in and he stays on it and he drills it to right center.
He sure has looked good this weekend. Here's Puig now, taking a ball. Seager came into this series 3 for his last 29. And has been fantastic. Puig chases, it's 1-1. Hit a home run in the first inning of the series on Friday night. And here he has a 2-run triple. Those 2 runs charged to Lyles. Book closed on him now. Well, it's the Rockies bullpen, guys, that on the year the number's not good, 2nd worst in baseball. But coming into the game over the last week, a sub-2 ERA. So they've started to settle in some. Puig rolls it to third for Arenado, so sure-handed, and the inning is over. But the Dodgers get 3 more. Jock Peterson with a solo home run, his 3rd of the season. Hammered into the 4th or 5th row up there in right field. Oh, LA so far. Third of the season, contributing to this 7-1 advantage. The bottom of the 3rd inning starts with Chris Russin taking a strike from Alex Wood. Russin is on for Jordan Lyles, who lasts 2 2/3. All 7 runs charged to him. Alex Wood, meanwhile, with some breathing room here, and it seems like he's looked pretty sharp so far.
He has. He had a few bumps in the road, a little walk here and a wild pitch, but other than that, he is being aggressive and he's making some pitches.
Struck out the first 2 batters of the game. In his last start, he had 1 strikeout total. Season high is 3 Ks. Trying to get number 3 right here against Russin to begin the 3rd inning. And he does.
Well, Walt Weiss decided not to double switch or use a pinch hitter with his reliever because the game is so long and you could go through your bench, and even though they're down 7-1, he's wanting to maintain his bullets.
We always talk about it here at Coors Field. I mean, he's seen it enough now that even 7-1, the team could come right back. They can have a big inning. Big innings happen all the time here. So you're going, well, it's still early in the game. Why do I need to waste anybody?
Second time through, Barnes fouls it off 1-1. You mentioned the other night, Oral, that Jim Leyland managed here for 1 year and said, I've had enough. I can't do it. Can't live with this kind of baseball on a daily basis.
It's pretty stressful, and it just was rubbed against the grain of everything he knew about baseball and how to manage a game and manage a roster.
And there's a guy considered one of the great managers of our time. Couldn't find a way to work here in the Mile High City.
And at that time, we thought Jim Leyland was actually going to walk away from the game. We're so glad that he didn't.
Do I remember seeing he's managing Team USA? Is that right?
I don't know. Hate to leave you hanging out there.
Be a good choice.
I was going to say Team USA would definitely benefit from a wealth of knowledge and a great man.
And it is in the World Baseball Classic. Jim Leyland will manage Team USA. Alex Wood moves off the mound, delivers a fastball to get Barnes. 2 away. Of course, the World Baseball Classic has been somewhat of a topic in Dodger media circles because there's been discussions of finding a way to get a guy like Clayton Kershaw to pitch for the United States. Corresponds with spring training and guys' preparations for the season, so it's been a little bit tricky in previous editions.
Especially as firm as Clayton is about planning out his exact day of what he's going to do today, what he's going to do tomorrow, what he's going to do even a week from today. He would not probably like the fact of throwing a wrench into that program.
And then there's always that fear of just because you changed their routine, is injury. Come on, you know, there was even that question mark. Remember when they played in Australia?
Exactly. We had a nice outing over there in Australia, got a W against Arizona, and then ended up coming back with a little back issue that was too close for comfort near his shoulder.
Trevor Story back to the mound, knocked the glove off of Wood, but he rainbows it to first calmly and gets Story. Wood calm and collected and locked in today with a 7-1 lead after 3.
He didn't throw his glove at it, so it's not an automatic triple. The ball just knocks his glove off, but it's 3 up and 3 down.
Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We treat kids better. 3 pretty nice crowds in Colorado this weekend. This is the smallest of the 3, but close to 40,000 the first night, more than 40,000 last night. In the second largest park in the majors, only behind Dodger Stadium. Adrian Gonzalez leads off the 4th against Chris Russin and takes strike 1. The first overall pick back in 2000 at a high school in San Diego. There are only 2 active players from the first round that year. Chase Utley is one of them. He was taken 15th overall in 2000. The other is Adam Wainwright, who the Braves drafted before sending him to the Cardinals. 2-1 on Gonzalez. And to think that somebody like Dontrell Willis was drafted the same season that Adrian was. You think about Willis's prime years. It seems so long ago. Gonzalez still motoring on, hasn't had a day off. One of the most consistent hitters in baseball, still 16 years after he was drafted. walks to start this 4th inning. Brings up Yasmani Grandal after the 6th walk of the day for Dodger hitters. In a ballpark where you cannot afford to put extra men on the bases. The Rockies far too many times over the years. I've seen it bite them. Grandal jumps at the first pitch. Arenado and an in-between bounce starts the double play. Get tickets for the April 30th game against the Padres for as little as $10. That's up to a 50% off savings. The first 40,000 fans in attendance. You know what it is, guys. Justin Turner Chia Pet. But the weekend special there, but the deal on the tickets ends today at 4. So make sure you hurry to Dodgers.com/10. The word 10. Howie Kendrick looks at ball 1.
I've gotten requests from a lot of my family. You know, we get 1 or 2 of the giveaways as just kind of a perk, kind of fun for them to drop them off at the booth or at the studio. And I've gotten requests from about 10 people. It's like,
they want the Chia Pet.
They want the Chia Pet. I don't get that many requests even when we give away a bobblehead.
Does a Chia Pet have a shelf life? Is there a time where it's like dead? That's morbid, I know, but
like dead,
where
you know,
not growing.
Yeah, right.
Justin
I guess it's
even like that.
Can you ask Justin's beard? Is there a time where it's just not growing?
I guess. I mean, it's a plant, right?
Yeah.
So I suppose there might come a time where you'd have to bury the Chia Pet.
Most of the locals here in Colorado don't plant their outdoor growth for the summer and spring until Mother's Day. I'm going to put sunglasses on my Chia Pet.
Kendrick strikes out, and the inning is over. Russin faces the minimum here in the 4th. Dodgers up 7-1. Fourth and check in with Alana.
You guys talking so much about the Justin Turner Chia Pet. Well, he's certainly not in that starting lineup today for the 2nd day in a row. Still dealing with the fact that he got stepped on basically on the joint of his left big toe in that at-bat that he took. And same leg as the surgery that he had on that knee, that microfracture surgery in the offseason. Dave Roberts being cautious. He is available to come off the bench if need be, and he will be in the starting lineup tomorrow, guys.
All right, that is... Man, it looks painful. They puncture that cleat punctured the shoe and right through his shoe, injuring that big toe. A couple of days off As a result, 3-4-5 for the Rockies against Alex Wood here in the fourth. Carlos Gonzalez bounces one past the mound. Utley charges and tried to scoop it with his mitt, couldn't. Gonzalez aboard to lead off the inning. It'll be a base hit. Only the second of the day against Wood.
Well, Chase charges this, but you know, we know this is just so far. We've seen him shuffle with the glove, but this is really far. Wondering if he might have even had a chance to maybe just throw it with his hand or underhand with his hand to get more on it, but so tough, especially when you're playing the shift and you're as deep as he was of a power hitter like Gonzalez.
Second time the leadoff man has reached against Wood. First time it came at a score. Here's Arenado, who has homered twice against Alex.
And I'll tell you, we keep talking about the shift. Well, this is one where you get the ground ball. If you get that ground ball for a double play, it's not routine. It makes it very difficult to see who's going to cover.
Arenado sends one towering into center for Peterson, and the first out of the inning. I mean, really, don't you only have two shots at a double play there? A ball that takes the shortstop to the bag, or a ball hit to first?
Well, there's the ball hit to first, and then you got your second baseman who's covering. Ball hit to the shortstop. The second baseman has to take a funny angle to get there. And even with the third base, so it really makes it difficult for a shot at two. And then if it hits to Chase and he has to go to his right just a little bit, then he has no option but to go to first. The only way he can do it on a ball hit to Chase is if it's to his left or at him.
Reynolds takes the strike.
That's not an easy throw for Chase's arm over there.
And the other thing too is for your shortstop, for Corey Seager, for Howie Kendrick, if they do get a ground ball, and it's a different angle of throwing to the ball to second base. And what I mean by that, as Chase is usually coming from the other side, you can see him as you're throwing the ball to second base, but this time you actually have to lead him. There's nobody coming to you, so it's a different target.
The more different situations you see the shift present, the more it seems like this is going to take up larger and larger chunks of time during spring training each year. I mean, there's so many different scenarios that come with each shift and each situation.
It's a new level of intelligence, really. We talk about smart hitters, situational hitters. Well, you're going to actually be able to grade infielders in a way as the shifts continue, and you get smart infielders and really good situational shift infielders.
Full count on Mark Reynolds. Alex Wood with a season high fourth strikeout of the day.
Borderline high, but right down the middle. You rarely get called the borderline high if it's outside or inside, but I think this one's right down the middle. No, it's a little outer half. Good job by Yasmani, who continues his reputation as a great receiver of the ball.
So Wood trying to sit him down in order after the leadoff man reached on an infield single. Here's Gerardo Parra. Knocked in the Rockies' only run with a base hit in the second. First year in a Rockies uniform. Last year split between Milwaukee and Baltimore. Put up the best numbers of his career while he was with the Brewers and was one of the highest, most highly sought after outfielders prior to the trade deadline. Orioles went and got him, and then he was bad. He was bad for the final 2 months of the season after a career best start to the year. Rockies signed him to a 3-year contract. A little bit different personality than a lot of the guys they bring in here. Not a power guy. A little bit more speed to help cover that expansive outfield grass. Strike one. Out of Venezuela, originally signed by the Diamondbacks when he was 17 years old back in 2004. Debuted a few years later for Arizona and hit a home run in his first at bat off Johnny Cueto. Strike two.
Getting the high strike, getting the low strike. Home fans don't like it.
The reactions from the home hitters have egged that on. Runner takes off on a 3-2, and Parra sends a fly ball the other way. Back on it goes Thompson. And misplayed it.
That was misjudged by Trace. I mean, that ball, he was going back like it was going over his head, and it ended up hitting in front of him. I mean, it landed in front of him.
He was running to a spot where he thought it was going to end up and turned his back to the ball. And then all of a sudden, the wind hit it coming over the scoreboard there in left field. And all of a sudden, it's about face. Oh. Cleanly on one hop, but you know, like us, we feel like he should have caught it in the air. He was severely fooled by the wind.
And unfortunately, that's just ruled a double. And so an earned run against Wood. Stuff blowing all over the place suddenly. Wind really picking up. Mayhew takes the ball. What was that? That just flying from the upper deck, I think, near us.
But you know, a pop-up on a real windy day, and you see three infielders or an infielder and an outfielder trying to get it, and they completely miss it by 5-10 feet. That's what Trace had to deal with all by himself. So because no one else has battled the wind really to this point, we've seen a couple fly balls to right field maybe help. Home run. But Trace got out there on an island with the wind right there.
It is whipping in from left right now.
Yeah, that's changed a good 10-12 mile an hour from what we've had during the rest of the game.
Just in this half inning.
Yep.
My weather.com app says the winds are 15 miles per hour right now. I think it's gusting much heavier than that.
It's looking close to 25.
Yeah.
So.
3-0 on LeMahieu with Garneau due up next. There's a strike.
Can you put your phone up there with those flags the way they're blowing, and then they can recalibrate that app?
Yeah, right. Bluetooth it with a flag.
You guys are kind of getting carried away now.
Oh, it's blowing.
Technology.
Yeah.
And he's walked LeMahieu. So got to be a little bit careful here. We've talked about how fickle leads are in this ballpark. A misplayed ball to the left, and suddenly the Rockies are one swing from getting right back in this game. Here's Rick Honeycutt.
Just giving a little breather. 67 pitches and a few more this inning than he expected to have to make, and now you walk somebody, so you just want to go out there and refocus, get on the same page, give him a little bit of a fresh start after you turn and leave the mound.
Talked about how no communication in the outfield for Trace on that ball and feeling like an island. Well, you feel even more like an island when a run scores and the innings prolonged and you're thinking, gosh, I could have got my pitcher back in the dugout, or whole team back in the dugout.
I can guarantee if the ball's hit over his head, he's not going to run to a spot now. He's going to be running with his head on the ball and tracking it.
Dustin Garneau takes a strike. Isn't the fundamental play, though, to run to the spot and adjust?
That's what they teach, because you run a lot faster than having your head turned.
Garneau 2 for 8 since his call-up last week when Nick Hundley went on the concussion DL. Hundley rehabbing in the minors right now, due back soon for the Rockies. Former Cal State Fullerton Titan. 1-2. Carlos Gonzalez started this inning with an infield single. Arenado then flied out. Reynolds struck out. Parra with a double on the misplayed ball by Thompson. And after the LeMahieu walk, first and second with 2 out. Alex Wood's 1-2. Up the middle, it beats the shift. Garneau with a base hit to score a run. Parra's in, and it's 7-3.
Last 3 batters have reached. One was handed to them from the left fielder, Trace Thompson. One was handed to him from the mound with Alex Wood with a walk, and this one a ground ball that's very routine, but avoids the data.
I feel for Alex Wood. Baseball being very cruel to him right now. A little bit surprised, guys. Walt Weiss isn't going to a pinch hitter. Russin will hit for himself in a spot here where the Rockies could get to within 1 run with the 1 swing. But on a day where he had to go to his bullpen in the 3rd. We'll have Russin lay it down, and he's going to reach. Kendrick couldn't play it. In to score is LeMahieu. It's 7-4. The line keeps moving for the top of the order.
That's a nightmare last out to try and get here for Alex Wood, and now pitcher that's a good athlete, left-handed hitter that can run, picks on Howie Kendrick there at third base in his positioning and lays down a bunt with the correct angle, but the weight was strong enough that you might have thought he could have got him.
They rule it a base hit, so an RBI for Russin. His first one this year. And now Barnes at the plate representing the tying run suddenly. Barnes 0 for 2, but 2 big hits in this series. Game-winning 2-run triple on Friday night and a pinch hit RBI double last night to score the Rockies' only run. Barnes drills one to deep right field. Puig is back at the wall. He leaps and makes the catch. Yasiel Puig making magic in that spot this weekend. My goodness. Yasiel Puig does it again from the same area of the park that he had that outfield assist on Friday night. And the best part about it, he got right up with a smile on his face, doing just fine. Following Nathan Lucero, the trainer, down into the clubhouse here, but I think that was after some prodding from Nathan Lucero. As you look at our Carl's Cam replay, what a play from Puig.
Yasiel Puig sacrificing the body. It's no surprise the way he plays the game. He plays it so hard. I recall that play he made out in Florida where the effort, he didn't make the catch, but he was going in a tie game, sacrificing the body and hitting the fence super hard. This one he recognized, listen, there's some guys in scoring position going out there. This is a big catch, got to pick up Alex Wood. Yasiel Puig goes out there and he plays to win every day. What a great catch.
A lot of right fielders would pull up, play the ball off the wall, and if they play it correctly, get it into the cutoff man, they throw Chris Russin out at the plate for the last out, and they go, wow, he played that ball perfect. Yasiel goes, no, we're not going to go that way. We're just going to catch it.
You know, guys, they say that over a long baseball season, things tend to even themselves out. I think in this long inning, things even themselves out some for Wood, who had some tough luck. And finally, a ball absolutely pounded. And Puig winds up taking away extra bases when it probably would have scored 2 and brought the Rockies to within 1. 7-4, 5th inning. Jock Peterson in the bottom third of the order against Chris Russin, who quick pitches him for strike 1. Jock with a home run his last time up, his 3rd of the year. Walked and scored his first time. Jock had a big smile on his face, was the first one to greet Puig after that play, had his arm around him. Two and one. Three balls and a strike on Jock Peterson. 26 home runs as a rookie a season ago. He also had 90 walks. He's got 2 walks in this one. Leadoff man aboard in the 5th.
The Dodgers have to keep putting the pressure on. You were asking earlier about Russin hitting for himself. Well, obviously Walt Weiss knew something about the athleticism of Russin, but also we talked about it, just because Dodgers were up 7-1 in this game, it's almost like feels like a 2-run lead here at Colorado.
Yeah, you said it the other night, Oral, that you almost have to cut everything in half. Puig back into the dugout. It's good to see. Stops and fouls it off with strike 1.
If somebody here in this ballpark has an ERA about 4.5, well, that's pretty doggone good. He's going to pitch half of his games somewhere else, you know, and he's going to pitch the other half here, and it takes his ERA maybe up a whole point. So he's really kind of a 3.5 ERA pitcher. So you really can look at the statistics and look at the scoreboard and almost cut it in half. You still have to build the inning like Jock did with that walk, but the hits are going to come. There's a lot of interesting theories too about playing defense in this ballpark, because some clubs like to play real shallow. If there's anything over your head, it's going to be a double or a home run anyway. And some clubs like to play deep and keep the ball in front of them, which cuts down on the gaps a little bit and gives up more singles, but holds more doubles to singles. I think the Dodgers have a very sophisticated way of looking at how to defend the Rockies and playing this ballpark, where they adjust to each part they're in each situation, depending on the hitter's power or the hitter's speed.
Trace Thompson looks at strike 3, 1 away. You mentioned looking at Rockies pitchers' numbers in this ballpark and having to take a step back to evaluate what those numbers mean. I think that's why what Jorge De La Rosa in his time here has done has been so impressive. The all-time wins leader. He's had longevity here. Not many people have had that as a pitcher. Got about 90 wins as a Rocky. Alex Wood to sacrifice. If that stays fair, it's perfect, and it does, and it is. Up to second goes Peterson.
Pitchers have been working on their butting. They weren't real happy with their results early in the season. They've been working hard during BP to get those down, and they're all getting better.
So Chase Utley trying to add a run back. 1 for 3 today. His 4th at bat in the first 5 innings. Dodgers 7 runs on 6 hits. The walks have been the thing that have really bitten the Rockies today. 5 walks issued by the starter Lyles, and Russin has issued another 2. Strike 1. There's a smile on Puig's face. He's doing just fine after crashing into the wall. How about the sound that wall made when Puig went barreling into it?
He's not light as a feather.
No, he's not.
He's a strong man. He's a little lighter than last year. Lost some weight in the offseason. Really trained hard to protect his legs.
Here, let's listen.
Just happy he can smile about it.
Yeah. Oh, and 2 on Chase Utley, who takes the ball. Mentioned the 7 walks the Dodgers have today. That is already a season high. The previous season high was 5. We're in the 5th inning, and they already have 7. Peterson walked to lead off the inning. Second after the Wood sacrifice. Utley batting against Russin. Came on for Jordan Lyles in the 3rd inning. Trying to keep the Rockies in this game. Series finale. After Colorado took the opener 7-5 on Friday. Dodgers even the series with a 4-1 win last night. There's a 1-2. Utley swings and misses for strike 3. We're halfway home in Denver in a shootout. The Coors Field way, 7-4.
Having a 7-4 lead, Yasiel driving into and certainly preventing two after that amazing catch. And look at what he did last night after the game. Walked over to Mile High Stadium, Sports Authority Field, and went to Chatfield High School's senior prom. And you see the young lady right above his right shoulder. He is friends with her father. It's a local Denver cop here, Angelo Abeda, who has befriended Puig, and he actually even went out to Glendale to see some spring training games. Now, the young lady in the picture, 18 years old, was not able to come to the game. Instead, her younger sister was. Speaking of Puig, her younger sister was able to come to the game, but he felt bad that the older sister couldn't come to the game, so he decided to go to her high school prom and surprise the entire Chatwood High School senior class, guys.
Who are all now, in a small way, Dodger fans probably, and certainly Puig fans.
They put on a show for him so far today.
Fun-loving Yasiel Puig. Carlos Gonzalez 1 for 2. His fun-loving style plays when he's hitting above 300 and driving in runs, making great defensive plays like he is. Alex Woods 1-1. Left it up, fouled off, strike two.
Did you ever crash a prom, Nomar? Did you ever crash a birthday party or I was asked to crash a couple birthday parties, and I was asked to crash a bar mitzvah for a friend.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of fun though. You show up and the kids are, go crazy.
Yeah, no, I don't think I ever crashed a prom or a party.
I guess it's not crashing when you're asked just can you show up after a game and say hi.
All right. Gonzalez with a big bounce. Picked up by Seager, and he throws him out on a tough bounce, Nomar.
That was really nice. It's all about the first step. Corey Seager gets a really good first step so he can get that glove out in front and get that ball on the short hop. As we look at the Morongo slow-mo cam right here, that big high one gets out in front knowing that he has to charge this one and get that glove right in front of him, and he makes that look way too easy.
Wood trying to work his third 1-2-3 inning of the day now. Right through the heart of this order. Got Story, got Gonzalez. Now Arenado takes ball one. You guys have me thinking about wedding crashers now. One of the all-time greats.
Crab cakes.
Yeah. Crab cakes in football. That's what Maryland does. So many good lines in that. One and two on Arenado. Hardest man in the National League to strike out. 7 homers, 4 Ks this year. Woods 1-2. Got him. Only the 5th time that Nolan Arenado has struck out this season. Alex Wood with a season-high 5 punch-outs and a 1-2-3 fifth. Is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop online at choosenissan.com. A lot of great outdoors activities in this area. You guys ever do that? Is that whitewater rafting?
I would love to. I have not yet.
Corey Seager leads off this inning against Chris Russin, fouling it off. Strike one. Oral?
Did it a couple times growing up. Whitewater canoeing. Not a lot of fun when you tip over.
It'll be hard to get back in.
Yeah, you have to learn the technique, especially when the water's rushing in from downstream. The canoe is almost impossible to. You gotta know the technique.
Well, I'm glad you're here. You made it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ball and a strike on Corey Seager, who's had a great series for the Dodgers in both facets of the game. Rolls one here to second. DJ LeMahieu will throw him out. And up comes Yasiel Puig, who appears to be just fine, and it's a good thing because the Dodgers are enjoying what he's doing, especially on the defensive end right now.
We see one of the most incredible throws in baseball here. As we see how far he threw that on a dime, going all the way to right, and then today, sacrificing the body into the fence, coming up with another big one, and then smiling. And then now somebody's going to rob him. That's just not right. That's baseball, right?
Story and Reynolds both splendid.
Rob a guy in right, make a great play, throw the guy out who just made the play on you at third base.
Yeah.
And they rob you of a hit.
Yep, it was Story, the shortstop here, that tried to turn that double into a triple on Friday night when Puig gunned it.
We understand how difficult these plays are. This is what makes Major League Baseball, even when an out is recorded, so exciting to watch.
Adrian Gonzalez has walked twice today. Chris Russin, the MVP of this game so far for the Rockies. He's thrown 3 innings and not given up a run. Strike one on Gonzalez. He replaced Jordan Lyles, who gave up 7 runs over his 2 2/3. And you don't like that this has a similar personality to it than as the first night of the series, where there was a bunch of scoring early, and then the Dodgers couldn't find any offense late and allowed the Rockies to climb back into it.
The Rockies bullpen, as you have mentioned, Joe, really not doing very well early in the season, but now starting to turn it around in this series against the Dodgers. Now 11 2/3 innings, only 1 earned run.
Wind really whipping in from left field right now. Garneau sets away. And Adrian got a piece to stay alive. Enters the game 5th in the NL, hitting .352. 5 RBIs in this series.
He's in the top 10 in RBIs, also in the NL. I think he was number 2 in hits going into this game.
Tough take right there, Nomar. High fastball.
Not for Nomar.
For Adrian
Or
Gonzalez.
Adrian.
Like Adrian Gonzalez.
I know what you mean, Joe. I was on your page because after that breaking ball in the dirt, they had a little check half swing on.
Nomar's thinking anybody can take. Story again. Wow.
That's Arenado over there.
Yeah. Shifting his way up the middle and throwing Gonzalez out. '76 calendar shows us the upcoming homestand. 4 with the Marlins and 3 with the Padres. Some winnable games in there for the Dodgers against the last place team in the division to finish the homestand before they head on the road for 2 in Tampa and 3 in Toronto. Alex Wood pitches his way into the 6th inning after going only 4 in Atlanta on Tuesday. It was the 2nd shortest outing of his career. 15 of the 25 men that he faced reached on Tuesday, but he's been a different guy today.
He sure has, and he's battled. I mean, you come into Colorado and you possibly go 6, give up 4, and you think about how 3 of them were scored in that 1 inning. I know Yasiel, you could say, saved him in that inning with the great play in right, but who knows how the inning goes if Trace doesn't lose the ball in the wind or a routine ground ball doesn't go opposite the shift. He did battle through it and got a little help, and also had to pitch through some difficulties.
You know, because that ball was lost in the wind, it was ruled a hit.
Yeah.
And those 3 runs that score will be earned. But really, I mean, that's tough for Alex Wood to take those runs.
In some ways, I think there should be team errors sometimes, because we are breaking down statistics to the next level. And So if you get that pop up that drops between 3 guys, or if you have the elements that are really so severe that a big leaguer should normally catch it, but you could tell the elements had a huge factor in it being missed, I think you could come up with a team error.
I like that.
Thank you.
I really like that. I mean, there's so many different things that happen in baseball, and you even have scorekeepers going, well, who do I give that air to?
How about we had that play
in
the
Atlanta.
collision in Atlanta?
Yep. I don't think that was ever changed either. It was changed as an error on the center fielder to an error on the right fielder, but it was never changed to a hit for Clayton. Payoff to Reynolds. Just misses on the leadoff walk.
And that hit for Clayton, you know, the only award he hasn't won is a Silver Slugger. So he would like to have that hit.
If he doesn't get one, maybe you can let him borrow yours. 93.
That's not why I said it, but I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You have 2 of them, right? A real one and a...
I have the original because Lon Rosen did a great job locating it in the Dodger storage that was being inventoried. And while that was in storage, I thought it was missing, so I asked if I could get a reproduction made for me, and in the midst of the reproduction being delivered on the same exact day, Lon discovered it and presented it to me. And it was a feature on one of the little, vignettes on Backstage Dodgers last year.
0-1 on Gerardo Parra. So did you take, sorry to cut you off, did you take the replica and turn the 3 into an 8? So you actually won the Silver Slugger in 93 and 98.
You're right.
So he wasn't thinking that way.
Yeah.
It's like doctoring the report card.
Well, there's 3 of them now because they have the display at Dodger Stadium where they display all the different award winners downstairs by the one beautiful restaurant on the locker room level.
I was saying, where are the other 2 then?
Well, then the duplicate that was made, I don't know where that is. And then I have the original.
So he's a 3-time Silver Slugger winner.
Well, maybe, are you sure the duplicate's not the one downstairs then?
I don't know. The original, over the years, the wood had dried on the home plate that they take the silver bat out of, and it had split. And so they had that remade for me. That fixed. But it's still I don't know if it's the original equipment, the original piece of wood.
That ball gets by Grandal, into scoring position goes Reynolds.
Breaking ball, and Alex had a wild pitch like this earlier, and Yasmani and A.J. Ellis and Austin Barnes will all tell you with that pitch they should have that, but they still sometimes get away. But big league catchers pride themselves on covering up those bounce breaking balls.
Grandal out there to talk with Wood. What do they give you for batting titles? What kind of hardware do they give you for that?
Got a silver bat. So it's not, doesn't have the plate, the wood like that. It's just one solid silver bat. A couple of those. And Louisville Slugger does too. If you actually have a contract with Louisville Slugger, which I had a batting glove contract with them, they actually give you a ring.
Nice.
Batting title ring, yeah.
Parra pulls it inside of the bag. Gonzalez kicks it and throws late. It's like seeing a unicorn.
Seeing an error by Gonzalez, very rare. And I wonder if Adrian might have thought that was foul when it was coming over, and he's talking to first base umpire Hunter Wendelstadt. And it's not where it goes, lands past the bag. It's one, if it bounced over, did it bounce over the bag?
It hits the seam of the grass, and Hunter's arm goes out early before it takes that kick. Watch this this bounce right here hits the seam of the grass and it cuts over, but Hunter looks like he's got a pretty still view of that right down the line.
And Hunter's saying it bounced over the bag, still went over the bag.
Some tough luck today for Alex Wood. He'll rely on Pedro Baez to come on and try and strand those runners at first and third. Nobody out. Things getting a little bit interesting in Denver. The best price with an 11-game pick'em plan. You can guarantee your seats to highly anticipated matchups with the Giants and the Angels and the Cubs and the Red Sox. More great giveaways across the schedule. Visit Dodgers.com/mini-plans. Alex Wood leaves. Runners at the corners are his responsibility, and that 4 earned run tally is misleading on this day for him. Pedro Baez replaces him in a big spot here. The Rockies within 3 in the 6th.
And Pedro has been good here in Coors Field. Been very efficient and been shutting down the Rockies. Dave Roberts goes to the bullpen to one of the guys that has really been a stopper out there.
DJ LeMahieu, the 7-hitter. Squares and bunts it. Squeeze plays on. Baez can't make a play. It's 7-5. Everybody's safe.
Pedro Baez is a strikeout pitcher, and LeMahieu and the Rockies are just playing to keep this inning going. Get another runner into scoring position from first to second. Get the run in from third.
And that was more of a safety squeeze because the runner didn't break right away from third base. And if Pedro was aware of where Adrian Gonzalez was, Adrian might have had a chance at home plate because he was going forward and he had the plate in front of him.
And so just like that, the Rockies, after trailing 7-1, the tying run on base, nobody out in the 6th. Garneau had an RBI single in the 4th. Fly to center in the 2nd. Everything's so fragile in this ballpark. Garneau squares, bunts it in the air, backing out a play.
Of the bad hop or the wind-blown double and left or an error where you give a 4th out in an inning, it can really be multiplied in this ballpark.
Seven runs on 6 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. 5 runs on 6 hits, 1 error for the Rockies. Garneau, who started the season in the minors, waits on this 0-1 from Pedro Baez. Squares early. Runners take off, throw bounces into third, and Parr is safe.
Well, they were going straight steal right there and picking on Howie Kendrick, who is pinching in at third in a bunt situation, and then Howie gets caught a little bit with his footwork, and they got a really good jump on Pedro Baez. So not paying attention to the runner from the mound and having to play for the bunt. Gave them a little advantage to sneak in there to third and also to second.
One ball and one strike on Dustin Garneau. Adrian Gonzalez in to have a word with Baez.
I think he's detecting that Pedro, nothing has really gone right, and he's just trying to settle him down, and that's a nice veteran move from Adrian. He's got the runner bouncing off third in his peripheral vision, kind of makes him step off and flinch. He's booted the ball on the one bunt. He's now had a guy stole third because he really didn't check him at second. Trying to slow the game down for him.
1-2, and Pedro could really use a strikeout. With a pitcher's spot due next, and they send Chris Russin out there.
They have Russin out there right now, just warming up. But you never know. You never know if they get someone in and they're thinking, okay, well, maybe I can always pull them back and have somebody else pinch hit.
3 1/3 innings from Russin with only 1 hit, no runs, a couple walks, 3 strikeouts. And Walt Weiss might think that that's more valuable than getting a run.
Baez, this is way up and in, and it's 2-2.
Ball by him again before he moves. Almost.
That was a lot different than Arenado's.
Yeah.
That one's a lot closer. That one was a lot closer coming in.
Pedro Baez out of the Dominican Republic, 3rd season in the majors. In a tough spot here in the 6th. He fires a 2-2. Ball 3.
Pedro wasn't trying to come fastball up and in on that one. First one, yes. Second one, he was trying to go low and away and just came out of his mechanics, and the ball tailed up and in on him.
Baez on for Alex Wood. Parra at 3rd, Wood's responsibility. LeMahieu at 2nd, reached against Baez. 3-2. Just upstairs, and they're loaded.
Right about now, if you're the Dodgers in defense and you're pitching, you want to get out of this inning with a tie game. It just has a bad feel the way this game has been going since the Dodgers knocked their starter out.
Rick Honeycutt buzzes down there, gets some action going. Josh Bard takes the call and sends a signal. So instead of Chris Russin, they will go to the bench and bring Ben Paulson on to pinch hit with a golden opportunity here. It's not worth having the opportunity to send Russin back to the mound. So Paulson pinch hits with the tying run in scoring position and the go-ahead run aboard. Still nobody out in the 6th. Strike 1. 324 on the year with a home run. Started last night's game, went 1 for 3.
Had one pitch could settle Pedro Baez down right there. Fastball into a lefty, and he hit his target for the first time with bases loaded, no out.
Didn't miss by much.
The ball tailed back really well, and I think it got the strike zone. Didn't get the call, but it's been erratic, so maybe
Yeah. Got a lot of the plate.
yeah, that was a really good pitch. Just like the first one he made in this count.
But instead of 0-2, it's 1-1. Bases loaded in the 6th. Ben Paulson swings and misses at 95. 1-2.
As a pitcher, you go in there twice, you get 1 strike, 1 ball, but you're feeling good in there. But you can't go for that perfect pitch in a 1-1 count because so much of the game flips in that 1-1 count if it goes 2-1 compared to what we have 1-2.
See if Baez can get a K. The 1-2. After Paulson, the top of the order for the Rockies. Barnes on deck. And Story, then Gonzalez. Dodgers led this game 7-1 after 3 innings. Chris Russin has kept the Rockies in the game with 3 scoreless innings of relief. Now Baez in a jam in the 6th. Another 1-2. And a big first out. Baez at 96 blows it by Paulson.
Every single pitch that Yasmani called was a fastball in. Sometimes he got it in there and hit the target exactly, got the call or didn't get the call. Then it leaked back out over the plate on a few and got some foul balls. But once he hit his spot one more time, he beat him to that place.
And now you're a ground ball from getting out of this inning. Although Barnes can run. He's 0 for 3 today. He's robbed of a base hit on that ball that he crushed to right his last time. Puig went back and made the play, crashing into the wall. Corners in, middle infielders at double play depth.
Pedro Baez usually a fly ball more than a ground ball pitcher, but he sure could use a ground ball here.
One 1-0 count, bases loaded, 1 out. You can't think strikeout right now. You've got to try and get a strike. Maybe a low one for a possible ground ball or to get back in this count.
Parra at third, LeMahieu at second, Garneau at first. Baez and Grandal trying to get on the same page.
Sometimes in this situation, pitchers like to go away from the scouting report to what they're most comfortable with because they know they need a strike.
Pedro's ready for a 1-0 to Brandon Barnes. And he popped him up. That thing way up there. Puig coming on, making the play for the second out. And he gets it into Gonzalez and then steps on the infield dirt. And 2 gone, a chance for the Dodgers to get out of this. The major league leader in home runs, Trevor Story, comes up with the bases loaded and 2 gone in the 6th.
Good fastball hitter against a good fastball pitcher. Strength against strength, or do you go with the slider like Pedro just got the pop-up with?
Parra, LeMahieu, and Garneau. Story is 0 for 3 today. He's 2 for 11 in this series. And Pedro Baez delivers strike 1.
96 on the outer half down. Very high quality pitch to start him out with.
Mark Reynolds walked to start this inning. Parr then singled. LeMahieu reached on a sacrifice. Garneau walked. Baez able to strike out the pinch hitter Paulson and get Barnes to fly out to right. And what a swing back in momentum this could be if he could get Story. The 0-1. Strike two.
Alex Wood pitched through traffic and difficulty in the fourth. Rockies picked up 3. Then he had a 1-2-3 inning, and now he is sitting watching Pedro Baez try and stop this chaotic inning that have the Rockies thinking they can tie this game.
Baez trying to give Wood a shot at the win. 7-5 Dodgers, last of the 6 in this series rubber match. LA trying to win its 4th consecutive series. Baez ready. Story ready. 0-2. Upstairs.
Good pitch. Good pitch up there for Pedro Baez. As a hitter, you know you're coming in 96-mile-an-hour fastball. You're looking for it, and oftentimes that ball that's up in your eyes, the ball has a tendency to look bigger, and you think that's the one I can catch up to, and you ended up swinging under and missing it. Good take by Story.
While Story leads the majors in homers, he also leads the majors in strikeouts.
If you throw the slider, make sure you get it down and make sure it breaks. Because a bad slider is a really bad fastball that is easy to hit. Good job. We saw that from Kenta Maeda yesterday when he had a chance to put somebody away. He made sure he got the ball down. He made sure it was off the edge of the plate. The only time he had trouble was in the first, but from then on, he made the adjustment.
And even if it's a ball, it still puts it in the mind of a hitter. Is he going to bat another slider? Do I have to look slider? Is he going to keep trying to go away with that slider to get the swing and miss? So now you're more susceptible to that fastball.
Baez trying to strand him loaded. Grandal setting inside. Here's a 2-2. In on the hands and fouled back.
If you're really confident in both pitches, Nomar, I stay 2-2 fastball and try and get him out. And if I get to 3-2, I go 3-2 slider.
Yeah, because there's no way as a hitter I'm thinking a 3-2 slider after that. Like, all right, well, you just missed fastball, bases loaded. You do not want to walk me. You're always thinking fastball after that.
Right.
You get to 3-2.
And I loved Yasmani's target on the last pitch because he called fastball in, but he only put the glove on the inner half trying to get a strike, not on the corner.
Sets over the inner half here. Just misses with the fastball. 3-2.
Yasmani was going a little reverse shift in case they were relaying signs and location from second base. He scooted in, but knowing he was going to go away, that little shift might have fooled Trip Gibson behind the plate, the umpire.
Runners off and moving. Pedro Baez readies for the biggest pitch of this afternoon to this point.
There's the fastball. Now, if he decides to throw a slider even now, definitely would get the hitter thinking like, whoa.
He's so far out if he throws a slider out of that same window, but you got to be able to execute it. And if he's really confident, he's got a 2-run lead. I don't mind him going strength against strength. Whatever pitch he wants to pull the trigger on is the right one.
Let Grandal recycle the signs. Dodgers by 2, 2 gone, bottom of the 6th inning. Rockies with the bases loaded and a full count on Story.
Two reasons for that. You didn't like what you're about to do, and you didn't like your balance, so you get out of it, or you see if they want to give you an out by starting at second base.
Another 3-2 to Story. On the hands and popped him up. Puig coming on. He's there, and the Dodgers are out of the jam. The Rockies get one, but they had the bases loaded after that with nobody out, and Baez shoved the door shut.
An inning, the bottom of the fifth was here. Pedro Baez against Trevor Story, fastball after fastball. Trevor Story is a hitter. You're thinking, okay, there's a slider. Now Tucci's going to come with the strength. There it is, the fastball. You miss it. Now you get 3-2, and he's going to have to go with his strength. You foul it off. In the back of your mind, is there a slider? No, another fastball, and Pedro Baez wins the battle there. Tremendous job by Baez.
To keep the Dodgers in front 7-5. Into the late innings we go. There's Gonzalez, who came over early on in Baez's outing, calmed him down some. It seemed like he was a little bit out of rhythm. Justin Miller enters the game to face Yasmani Grandal, who takes ball one. 0 for 2 today. On base percentage above 500 in his first couple of weeks with the team this year. And it's 2-0.
A little higher value to getting out of that jam now with the shadows starting to creep in. So the value of runs and the difficulty of getting a run because the vision for the hitter is tougher. So that was huge out of Trevor Story by Pedro Baez.
Grandal takes a strike.
Yeah, see how Puig with a couple of pop-ups out there in right field. First base and right field, Nomar, you have talked about the vision at this time of day.
It's so bright. Not just you have some skies that are just brighter than others, even when there's sun or there may not be any clouds, but it is really bright here in Colorado.
I've heard we're closer to the sun here.
That is technically right. Mile high line. Yasmani Grandal leading off the 7th inning for the Dodgers by striking out. Justin Miller starts his outing with a punch out. Here in his 8th appearance of the year. The numbers not good for him. ERA above 6. As he now faces Howie Kendrick. There they are. Man, in 7 innings, opponents hitting close to 400 against Miller. His first one to Kendrick. Drifts inside. So Omar, Howie 6 for 38 to start his time with the Dodgers after coming off of the disabled list. What do you see? What's he got to do to get going a little bit?
Well, you know, for me, I've been talking about how many balls we see him hit to the left side, which really isn't his strength. His strength is to the right.
Like that. They were positioned well.
And, you know, that's unfortunate there that he hit it right at him. But at the same time, that's something to build off of. You know, one thing about Howie, he's a veteran. He knows himself. And when you're scuffling, you try to find that balance of going, okay, I know what my strengths are. He knows his strengths to the right side. And he's hitting a lot of to the left. But it's a balance of knowing what am I feeling right now and what am I doing. And that's where you start talking to your hitting coach, saying, well, this is what I'm feeling when I'm at the plate. But I'm not executing what I'm trying to do. What's actually happening. And let's work together to get them cohesive.
Bob Guerin, the bench coach. Jock Peterson, meanwhile, has reached all 3 times, a pair of walks and a solo homer. That wind has shifted some in his favor, not as much straight in from left as it is across from left to right now. Which may boost those balls towards the right field corner.
The wind's still strong, but the biggest element in the game now is the sun and the shadows.
Travels through him and misses outside, 2-0. Dodgers scored 7 runs over the first 3 innings of the game. They don't have a hit since. Last hit, Corey Seager's 2-run triple, which chased starter Jordan Lyles from the game. See if Jock gets one to drive on. 2-0. Little bit in. Celebrated his 24th birthday earlier this week, and it's been a positive trip for him. His 3rd walk of the day keeps this inning alive.
In game 1 of this series, we talked about insurance runs. There were 9 runs scored in the first 4.5 innings. The Dodgers were up 5-4. Second half of that game, the Rockies were the only ones that scored. They scored 3. They won the game 7-5. But we saw in that first game of the series, we saw situations like this where the Dodgers couldn't find ways to get the insurance runs.
Trace Thompson will have a chance to atone for his misplay in left earlier today, which helped open the door for a 3-run 4th inning. Justin Turner in the on-deck circle. Battling with that toe that was stepped on the other night, so back-to-back days off from the starting lineup. But will bat if Thompson can reach. Cue shot and an easy play. So the Dodgers finished in the 7th. We stretch at Coors Field in a 7-5 game. Adam Liberatore for his 5th appearance of the season. He started the year in AAA Oklahoma City, and in 4 outings for the Dodgers, yet to give up a run. He's been really good, giving him another left-handed option out of the pen.
Didn't pitch yesterday, but pitched the day before, went a 1/3 of an inning, and he continues to attack. Spring training was just average for him, but when he went down to AAA and started to be his old self, the Dodgers have benefited since calling him up.
3, 4, and 5 in this inning for the Rockies. Carlos Gonzalez 1 for 3 with a single and a pair of groundouts. Lefty, righty, righty, lefty coming up for the Rockies in this inning. Strike 1 from Liberatore. But the overs shift on. The veteran right fielder who has 1,000 hits in his career. Got number 1,000 earlier this week in Cincinnati. Popped up in that bright sunshine. Corey Seager, the only man on the left side of the infield, has it. We check in with Alana.
Joe, there figures to be some roster shifting tomorrow as far as the Dodgers are concerned. Lewis Coleman should be back in Los Angeles today, again coming off of that bereavement list after the passing of his grandfather. So we'll see what needs to be done as far as the bullpen is concerned. And Carl Crawford is also eligible certainly to be activated off the DL as well, dealing with that back issue. He finished up his rehab assignment. Dave Roberts said he would evaluate everything after this game as far as the roster is concerned.
All right, some decisions to be made. And in the case of this bullpen, everything going right lately. Bounced into Arenado, but an ERA over the last week and a half under 1.5. Opponent's average coming into the game against the pen during that stretch 132. Goes back to last Wednesday against Arizona. 1-0 from Liberatore to Arenado. Third in the majors in homers, second in the majors in RBIs. And ahead of the count, 3-0.
We had a shot of the bullpen, and Josh Bard was down there, the bullpen coach. So much of the bullpen, the psyche of a pen to turn it around quicker. He is just a great human being, easy to talk to, and he will have a lot to do with turning around the bullpen when they go through tough times and lengthening the hot streaks of the bullpen. You've got about 2 hours to talk to everybody down there in the bullpen, including Kenley Jansen, until a lot of times they're needed. And they can really, overhear a conversation where a guy's struggling and then address it, or dictate a conversation to get things turned around quicker. And they couldn't be in better hands.
1-out walk for Arenado, and up comes Mark Reynolds. It's the 5th Dodger walk of the day. 3 of the first 4 walks issued came around to score. It included Reynolds last inning. Started that inning with a walk. Liberatore trying to get back in a groove, ready for an 0-1. Interesting, you talk about Bard being the perfect guy out there, and he's a former catcher.
Well, you have a rough outing as a guy, a bullpen component. I mean, you don't get in the game the next day and the next day. You can start seeing ghosts. You want somebody that has a good bedside manner and also knows baseball inside and out. And that's what Josh Bard is.
Reynolds to the opposite field, a base hit. The tying run reaches again. Walk and then a single against Liberatore here in the 7th.
We talked about it early in this game, 7-1 lead. Colorado never feels like a 7-1 lead. And it's been a battle here for the last few innings for the Dodgers, as Colorado's done a good job from their pitching staff shutting down the Dodger offense, but This Colorado offense, we know coming in, is a tough one.
Here's Gerardo Parra. High strike. Parra 3 hits today. His best game as a Rockies so far. RBI single in the second, RBI double in the fourth, and a single in the sixth.
Got a moment here, Nomar. Do you think hitting to your strength or your normal swing, do you think the data would change a little bit when the vision changes like this? You don't pick up the ball as well, so you might be hitting it to different places.
Later.
Yeah, you might be a little late.
I don't know if the data is focusing on this, but yes, it can have an impact.
Fly ball to left. Thompson lays out and atones for the earlier misplay. Trace Thompson, short memory.
George Lombard and his outfielders got that one right in the positioning. Alana, when she's interviewed George Lombard, they want the outfielders to look at each other, look at the infielders, and then look at him for positioning. So the final positioning comes from the bench, and they had him played perfectly.
And with that ball coming off Parra's bat, it just kept going down the line, hitting it the opposite way, so it was drifting away, and he stayed with it with a nice play.
Pedro Baez was able to strand the bases loaded in the sixth. Now Liberatore trying to leave him at first and second. His first one to DJ LeMahieu is a strike. LeMahieu had a 9-game hitting streak to start the season. He is 3 for 27 since. One of those 3 hits broke up Maeda's no-hitter last night. Now they did 2. Otto at second. He walked. Reynolds at first after he singled. Liberatore a strike away from getting out of this inning. Liberatore and LeMahieu, 2 guys who faced off as members of different organizations in the minors. Well, Liberatore was a Rays farmhand. LeMahieu was a Cubs farmhand. Here they are in a big spot in the 7th in the majors. And a 1-2. Breaking ball fouled off, and we'll do it again. Dodgers led 7-1 after 3. Rockies with 3 in the 4th and 1 in the 6th. Threatening again in the 7th. Here's another 1-2.
So Alex Wood put away some of these right-handed hitters as a lefty with that down and in slider to the back foot. Without a man on third here, you can risk the pass ball wild pitch and really bury that slider on his back foot.
Couldn't get on the same page.
Sometimes with this lighting, you can't even see the fingers properly, but Adam didn't go to like pointing to his eyes like I can't see. They actually You're right, Joe. They're just not on that page yet, but now they are for sure. They went from reading to a speech.
Two on, two out in the 7th with a 2-run lead. And a 2-2 pitch. Painted over the outside corner. The Dodgers continue to bend, but refuse to break in this series finale. And Adam Liberatore preserves a 7-5 lead onto the 8th. Is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com. Justin Turner will pinch hit to start this 8th inning with the Dodgers up 7-5. Justin Miller on the mound for his 2nd inning of work. And Justin Turner takes ball 1. The Dodgers got out to an early 7-1 lead through 3 innings. Rockies getting 3 in the 4th and 1 in the 6th, but leaving the bases loaded in the 6th inning and leaving them at 1st and 2nd in the 7th. Here's a 1-0 to Turner. That's a strike. No, it's not. 2-0. Look at this. Dodgers in the first 3 innings in this series, 13 of their 16 runs. Offense has gone quiet in the latter stages of the game.
And we talk always about those insurance runs and how important they are. And gosh, they're in this game, the way this game has felt, from a momentum and the swing and the high leverage innings for some of these Dodger pitchers, they can use some insurance runs right now.
Turner trying to reach to start the 8th inning. Strike 2.
You know, all runs are important, but I think the most important runs are the ones early, and the second most important runs are the ones late. The ones early, get your starting pitcher on a roll, give him a little breathing room, have the team break with a good mood and get on top. But the ones in the last 3 innings too, either can come back or get the insurance or go from there. Nomar, you've talked about it a long time about having a lineup that knows how to score a run.
And that's what you're looking for right here. It's not about having another big inning. It's just 1 run. Think about that and then worry if it leads to a big inning.
Payoff to Turner, who walks to start this 8th.
And that's a good start to try to get that one.
That's 9 walks now, guys. Previous season high was 5.
That is not going to bode well for the Rockies in this ballpark. You might get away with that at sea level. But Walt Weiss knows you can't have somebody out there with lack of command with what can happen to a ball once it gets put in play here.
Back into the bullpen they go. The Dodgers trying to extend this 7-5 lead in the 8th. Is the #1 live streaming sports service. It delivers everything you've come to expect and more. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. This includes a free subscription to @Bat Premium, #1 app for live baseball. Back here in Denver, Dodgers trying to add on against Boone Logan, who's on for the 10th time this season. Pretty decent numbers out of the Rockies pen.
Not only just decent numbers, he hasn't given up a hit in his past 5 games, which totaled 4 innings in those past 5 games. So Dodgers could use a couple right here.
Top of the order now, Chase Utley, 1 for 4 today. He hit 4 times over the first 5 innings, with his first trip up there since. After the Turner leadoff walk, Utley takes strike 1. Finally get a day off tomorrow with the left-handed Wei-Yin Chen starting for the Marlins against Ross Stripling in the series opener at Dodger Stadium. Snuck that one by him at 95, 0-2. How about the Thursday matchup in that upcoming series? Kenta Maeda, Jose Fernandez. Makes quick work of Utley, 1 gone.
In spring training, you thought that matchup would be a mismatch, but now what Kenta has shown might be a mismatch for the other gentleman.
We've got some names floating around the internet as far as what this phenomenon is for
Like
Kenta. Fernando Mania.
Yeah.
I've seen Maeda Mania, Kenta Mania, kind of like. Somebody suggested Maeda Graw, but that means Fat Maeda.
He's not fat, and hitters are not fattening up on him.
But if we just enjoy it,
You got to give it a name. That's part of enjoying it. Corey Seager. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Party pooper.
Yeah.
Gee.
how is that destroying the party? Just enjoy it. Okay, keep having fun.
We will.
Okay, thanks.
We will have fun. We
Didn't know you needed a name to have fun.
You don't.
Okay.
We're still going to come up with one. 1 and 2 on Seager. I'm sure Twitter will help us.
I think we might want to lay back and let Mr. Scully, who's doing that game,
Yeah, he'll come up with
it.
Come up with the right one. Seager strikes out. Logan back-to-back Ks to start his outing. Those shadows bothering him right now, Nomar?
The way they're looking, it's easy to say yes because of some of the swings that we've seen from the last two hitters. But also at the same time, we talked about how Boone Logan's been throwing as of late. So I think it's a combination of the two. That right there, look at that. That is not fun for a hitter.
Here's Puig.
Is there anything else visually in your life that you can relate it to the viewer?
I wish there was. It's because how do you relate something that's coming at you that fast? You're trying to pick up the speed, recognize the spin.
Puig lifts a deep fly ball to left. Parra has room with the wind knocking it down to end the inning. Leadoff walk for Turner, but he gets no further than first, and we go to the bottom of the 8th in a 7-5 game. Jansen with the Dodgers in front 7-5. They led this game 7-1. The Dodgers trying to hang on to it.
Back in the 6th inning, this bullpen has really come together, responding to adversity and then stringing a whole bunch of good innings together, including right now the big out by Baez and the big out by Adam Libator with that dotting of fastball low and away. And now they hand the baton to Chris Hatcher.
Dodgers bullpen since last Wednesday, 5 earned runs in 34 innings. 8-9-1 for the Rockies. Garneau drills the first pitch to left. Thompson back at the wall, and it's off the wall. Garneau doubles on the first pitch of the inning.
We come in to hit against a guy throwing 95 with bad vision. You're probably going to pick on the first straight thing you see.
Well, you're looking fastball because you know the book on Chris Hatcher was like he will try to get ahead with the fastball. So if you can't see it, you're right, I am not going to wait around to get behind. Attack the first one you see. And he crushed that.
So the leadoff man in scoring position, and Ryan Rayburn batting out of the 9 spot now, representing the tying run. That one was hung and fouled back.
Well, we just talked about, you saw the batter before looking for that fastball, and he teed off on it. So Chris Hatcher changing it up, saying, let me go with something off speed if this guy's also looking to attack my first pitch fastball.
Hatcher's second outing of this series. He took the loss in the opener on Friday, giving up 2 runs in his 2/3 of an inning. This is low on Rayburn. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, up in the pen, Luis Avilan, but remember, Alana did some digging. Kenley Jansen was clamoring yesterday for a 4-out save or a 5-out save, so you never know. Don't be surprised if he even gets up here.
One and 2 on Rayburn. Rockies have left 5 men on over the last 2 innings. They had them loaded with nobody out in the 6th, with the score what it is right now, and could not score. They had him 2nd and 3rd last inning and could not score. Hatcher shaking and shaking and shaking and recycling. One and 2 on Ryan Rayburn. Bounced in there.
Nice block by Yasmani Grandal. That was might have got a piece of him too, because I don't know if that was just all chest protector right there or not, or some of his forearm as well. He did a good job in keeping that in front.
There's a forearm soreness that he started the season on the disabled list with. 2 and 2 on Rayburn. Bouncing ball, base hit into center. This will score Garneau and bring the Rockies to within 1.
Well, you saw Yasmani setting up for this. He wanted the fastball up. We talked about the vision too, how hard it is to see, and Hatcher misses his spot. It's a fastball, it's down, it's in the middle part of the plate, and Rayburn just takes it right back up the middle, especially being behind in the count.
And now it's the top of the order for the Rockies. Cristian Adames pinch running at first for Rayburn. So the speedster representing the tying run as Barnes comes up 0 for 4 in his first start of the series. He squares and bunts it. At third, it's Kendrick. Utley kept his foot on the bag. Not only did he do that, but he stared into the bright sunshine to make that catch on a throw that carried him into the base path.
We've been talking about the shadows, but I'll tell you, the glare coming behind the third base area is not easy to see the ball. And Chase Utley, wow, showing off the athleticism and a nice stretch over there at first. I'm sure they're going to have a look to see if he kept his foot on there, and it looks like from that angle that he did keep his foot on.
It was moving, but it was dragging on the top of the base.
Yep, he's got it.
He's down and through it, and then it comes off.
Looks like they're going to go have a look. Hopefully this shouldn't take very long.
No. A little surprised they're even looking.
Yeah, the advice coming from inside the Rockies bench, who's looking at the screen, is looking at it with liberal eyes, home eyes.
Either way, the tying run moves into scoring position. That is the quickest review I think I've ever seen.
Maybe they did that just to change the average time.
Yeah. So Utley, another great play defensively. But with one gone in the 8th, Trevor Story comes up with a tying run in scoring position. Story was up with the bases loaded in the 6th and flied out to right to end that inning against Baez. Leading the majors in homers, leading the majors in strikeouts. Hatcher ready for him. Oh. Adames leaning, but nobody home to take a throw.
Remember, Pedro Baez got picked on coming out of the bullpen with an error and then a stolen base, a double steal, second and third in a bunt situation. The Rockies trying to take advantage of the relievers that sometimes are not as attuned to the running game.
Well, the other thing too is if you make the pitcher focus on you or think about you, the next part of your lineup coming up, and Trevor Story, Gonzalez, and Arenado, these are the heart of your lineup. That guys that can with one swing can knock it out of the ballpark. You're hoping that, well, if a distraction out there can possibly give one of the hitters a mistake.
There are things in scouting reports about relievers that'll say something like never double looks to second on first pitch to every hitter. And so you'll see base runners look like they're going to steal on the very first pitch trying to get that jump, and then the rest of the at bat they're not, because they're locked in on one part of the scouting report where there's an anomaly for the pitcher.
Adames pinch running at second for Ryan Rayburn, who had a pinch hit single. And a 2-0 to Trevor Story. Inside, 3 balls, no strikes. Hatcher in danger of putting the go-ahead run on base in front of Carlos Gonzalez. Still no Kenley Jansen, who got the save last night. Joe Blanton and Luis Avilan are warming with 1 out in the 8th. Four-pitch walk to Story. The Rockies have the go-ahead run on base in the 8th. That's going to do it for Hatcher, who issues the 5th Dodgers walk of the day. Gave up a double to Garneau, a single to Rayburn. He walks Story, and the left-hander Luis Avilan comes on to get the left-handed hitter Carlos Gonzalez, with the Dodgers up by 1 in the 8th inning. On for the third time for the Dodgers to face the left-handed batting Carlos Gonzalez. It's the third time in 3 games in this series since he was called up from Oklahoma City.
He's not afraid of appearances, a lot of appearances. Mr. Avilan had 73 of them last year, which ranked 10th in the National League, and that included the transfer from Atlanta over to the Dodgers. And he's got a rubber arm, and he usually comes out of the pen with pretty much the same stuff, no matter how much you work him.
Threw 5 pitches and getting a strikeout on Friday. Threw 6 pitches last night, gave up a run. Interestingly, J.P. Howell hasn't thrown since Wednesday, coming off 4 consecutive scoreless appearances. With the left-hander Avilan on for the third time in as many games this weekend. First and second with 1 gone in the 8th. Dodgers by a run in a game they've not trailed in. There's J.P. Gonzalez 1 for 4. And Avilan throwing into the shadows with a tying run at second.
Not a bad idea right there, just to see if Adames might try to stealing a base, because that's usually a good time. You get a reliever in, they're really focused about the batter more than you on base, so it's a good time to check.
Base hit to right field. Adames heads home and it gets by Puig, and the Rockies will take the lead.
Ball was not hit very hard, but it was hit in the right place. And then the grass just absolutely kills this ball, and Yasiel has to run a long way. Maybe a little glance up, maybe he just misses it, trying to think, where am I going to go with it now? And you've got all that time to think about it as you're running towards it and thinking about approximately where are the base runners. The ball probably should have just went right to the center of the diamond and let the cutoff man decide where to take it from there.
A single and a 2-base error on Puig. And the Rockies have come back from down 7-1 to take an 8-7 lead. Milwaukee Arenado to bring up Mark Reynolds. No lead safe in this ballpark.
Well, if you're into OPS, there's about a 400-point difference between Arenado and Reynolds, and it's not a real tough call for Dave Roberts.
OPS, slugging, and on-base percentage combined. So they put Arenado aboard. Set up a chance at a double play that would get the Dodgers out of the inning. But 3 runs have already scored as the Rockies have scored 7 straight. So you look ahead to the 9th inning, and the Dodgers have the middle third of the order coming up. Gonzalez, Grandal, and Kendrick. It'll be against Jake McGee, who worked the 1-2-3 9th inning on Friday. Avilan would love to find a way to keep it a 1-run game. A game that's seen 15 walks combined, going on 3 hours and 20 minutes now. And a 3-0 count on Reynolds.
Don't think you could just lay one right in here on Mark Reynolds. He will definitely swing 3-0.
So they're loaded now, which is not the worst thing. Sets up a force everywhere. Brings up Gerardo Parra.
Dodgers are going to play the infield in. They're going to come home with almost any ball. Chase backing up a little bit. I know they're thinking about it now.
I think Chase is wondering because you also got a guy at home that's not really easy to turn a double play on with his speed.
That's Parra. Base hit to center. It scores 2, and the Rockies lead 10-7.
Again, the Rockies picking on the first straight thing they see, a fastball through the sporadic light, but easier to determine where the ball is because you get a read on where it starts and you have an idea where it might finish when it's a straight one. They barrel it up again.
Dave Roberts takes it from Luis Avilan. The Rockies have scored 9 runs in a row and lead 10-7 with 1 out in the 8th. And Joe Blanton comes in to try and stop the bleeding. The Dodgers, the 3rd in this inning alone. Hatcher, then Avilan, and now Blanton, and now he's gone from trying to protect that lead, which was precarious to begin with in the middle innings, to trying to put a bandage on it, keep it 10-7 going into the 9th.
Yeah, the way the game's been going now, Joe Blanton is trying to put a tourniquet on it. His numbers, they read real well. It's because he's thrown the ball real well. The strikeout to walk ratio, 5 strikeouts, only 1 walk. The ERA below 2. He's done his job so far, and he's got to do it again.
A 5 spot here in the 8th. Got Aaron Puig allowed the go-ahead run to score. But then Gerardo Parra with a 2-run single to center. Now it's LeMahieu, the 9th man to bat in the inning. Joe Blanton has it. There's 1 and 2. but it's after the Rockies get 5. We turn our attention to the 9th. Meat of the order, Gonzalez, Grandal, and Kendrick coming up. Dodgers, Tony Gwynn Jr. joins Kelly and Tony in studio. Lon will have reactions from the clubhouse coming up after the game on Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by Nissan. Much different feel than this game had just a few minutes ago. Dodgers led 7-1 at one point. They somehow managed to get out of back-to-back jams to hold a 7-5 lead. But then things finally broke. The Rockies got 5 in the bottom of the 8th, and Jake McGee's on to try and protect it to get a series win for Colorado.
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of it has to do with this Rockies bullpen. I mean, Dodgers going in the 3rd, scoring 7 runs and going into the 4th inning, and haven't had a hit since. So this Colorado's Rocky bullpen that came in with such a high ERA and struggling over their first 15 games, well, they really have done a tremendous job here.
But you've got the guys coming up you want. Adrian Gonzalez, Yasmani Grandal, Howie Kendrick against the left-hander McGee. Adrian 0 for 2 today with a pair of walks and tried to bunt it up the third base line with a shift on.
Well, he knows what's a home run going to do right here.
Totally.
He's thinking, I got to get on base. And if they're going to shift, then I'm leading off, and we see this a lot from Adrian. He's leading off the inning. You will think about squaring and pushing that ball over there.
It's almost perfect.
And the thing is, word's going to start spreading that when he leads off an inning, take away the bunt, which will open up more holes for him.
Hard hit, base hit. It's a start. Gonzalez leads off the 9th with a single.
Starts a possible rally, avoids an offer, and hands it to Yasmani.
And am I correct in thinking here, guys, this is the first left-handed pitcher that Yasmani Grandal faces this year?
He had one. He had one in the 4th inning when he hit the double play. That was his first at bat from as a right-hander.
It was against Chris Russin out of the bullpen. Prior to today, hadn't faced a lefty. Switch hitter bats right-handed. If he reaches, a tying run would come up. Ball 1. Crazier things have happened in this launching pad of a yard. The wind across from left to right. Not quite as stiff as it was at times today, but it's still blowing. Grandal in the air with the wind boosting that ball. Not far enough. Carlos Gonzalez. I mean, at this point, he probably does have the ball, right? How in the world do you make the call? He got it. Incredible play, but who's to say he didn't find the ball in the, you know, in a seat?
And they put it, you know,
Yeah.
or they put it in his glove, or.
No hesitation as he runs through the warning track. You feel the dirt under your spikes. You know it's coming. And it looks like a couple of the little girls were part of the collision. And Carlos looks like he's looking at the young lady after it's over like, are you okay?
I'll tell you, that's what, when Carlos was laying there, he was more concerned not about himself, about the little girl.
And he did catch it. Incredible play. We hope that everybody's okay down there. Wait, the ball's on the lady's lap. He didn't catch it. Guys, if you have time, try and run that back. And they are reviewing it. He didn't catch it.
Oh no, that angle right there. He did not catch that ball. And that's what they're calling a foul ball.
It sent Adrian Gonzalez, of course, back to first because it's a foul ball, no catch. He was awarded second base because a fielder had possibly caught the ball and then left the field of play, so you get a base. And that ball definitely is not caught. And we just hope the little girl is okay.
And so all of that for strike one. 10-7 Rockies in the ninth inning. Adrian Gonzalez a leadoff single. And a ball and a strike on Yasmani Grandal, trying to reach to bring up the tying run for the Dodgers. And again, we hope everybody's okay down there after that scary moment. Strike two.
A nice catch by you, Joe, seeing that ball jar loose from the tougher angle. A pair of young eyes up here between Nomar and I.
These HD monitors don't hurt. One, two to Yasmani. Dodgers have not scored since the third inning. The base hit from Gonzalez was the first hit since the third inning, when Seager drove in two with a triple to make it 7-1. Another 1-2. Another foul ball. If the score were to hold and the Dodgers were unable to come from behind, this would be the largest blown lead by the Dodgers in 5 seasons. Have to go back to August 10th, 2011, when Chase Utley and the Phillies came back from down 6-0 to beat the Dodgers 9-8. Another 1-2. Another foul ball.
Well, we've said that the leads or the deficits, you can cut them in half in this ballpark. So down by 3 with a man on, there's still a lot of hope on the Dodger bench.
They set inside. Grandal bounces one to third. Arenado to second, one, and that's all.
That's hit to a regular big league third baseman. There's some feeling that you might catch a break here with an error. That's a tough play back down the third base line, and with Nolan Arenado, it's almost just routine. Bing bong.
He gets to everything over there, and then when he gets it, it's amazing how accurate his throw is. Even when he's off balance. Well, we've already seen him with shifts, him making kind of shortstop plays, going over there and spinning around and throwing to first.
Inside to Howie Kendrick. On deck, by the way, is not Jock Peterson, because the left-hander's on the mound. It's Kike Hernandez, who has owned left-handed pitching this year during his big league career. 1-1. Rockies took game one 7-5. They came from behind to erase an early deficit in that one. Dodgers behind Kenta Maeda last night. A 4-1 win. But in a game they led 7-1 today, they now trail 10-7 down to their final 2 outs. A 1-1 to Howie Kendrick. Down the right field line, a base hit. And the Dodgers bring the tying run to the plate here in the 9th inning.
We've been talking about Howie Kendrick, and we talked about his struggles and some of his at-bats here today, where I was like, well, there was some foul ball going to right. I kind of like that. He's been rolling over a little bit, but that right there, ball like that, he also had a ground ball to the second baseman earlier in the game, and I said, but that right there can get a guy started, because that was really nice. That is Howie Kendrick's strength, going that side, staying inside the ball.
Both those home runs this year for Kike against a left-handed pitcher in Madison Bumgarner, but the wind right now in from left, at the very least across from left to right. So Jock Peterson, who reached all 4 times, pinch hit 4 here in the 9th with the left-hander on the mound. Kike Hernandez trying to keep the line moving in this 9th inning rally for the Dodgers. Upstairs for ball 1. After Hernandez, Trace Thompson. McGee's 1-0. Strike 1. That's why Gerardo Parra's 2-run single to add insurance in the bottom of the 8th inning is so important. Else the Dodgers would be 90 feet away from tying it. Two and 1.
Kike gets a hitter's count here, 2-1. He's got to remember that it's a pitcher's park to left field right now. Line drives are better, and it's a hitter's park to right field with the wind blowing left to right. You're not in a typical Coors Field right now.
That's low. 3 balls and a strike.
Even when you're in a hitter's count right now, you're still thinking, I just need a pitch that I can drive, not hit out of the ballpark. You got to just keep this inning rolling over. Trust everybody behind you. It's not taking it into your own hands here.
He sent some of the tension building on the Rockies side. Here's the 3-1 and strike 2.
Hesitation, think you got to walk. You got to lock back in right now.
Kike's had some troubles on this strip with pitches low and away. That's where they're setting. Late off it, got ball 4. So the base is loaded for the Dodgers against McGee here in the 9th inning. Tying run aboard with 1 gone.
Dodgers had 2 outs and bases loaded in the 1st inning and couldn't get anybody across. Now bases loaded with 1 out. That might help.
Trayce Thompson, who doubled back in the 2nd. On deck now is A.J. Ellis. Grandal at 3rd, reached on a fielder's choice. Kendrick with a single. Hernandez with a walk. Pressure on Jake McGee.
It's funny you say that. You say pressure on Jake McGee. The reason I say that is Justin Turner, who's so successful in situations like this, he always says, you know, why are you so successful? They ask him, and he says, because the pressure is on the pitcher. That's his mentality. And it really makes him relax when he's in these situations. So maybe he gave Trayce Thompson a little bit of advice and said, the pressure is on the pitcher, relax, and get a ball you can hit.
Thompson, much better numbers against left-handed pitchers in his short big league career. Bounces 1 to short. Story juggles the 2nd. That's all they'll get. It was a sure double play if he had it cleanly. Instead of run scores, it's 10-8. Walt Weiss coming out, perhaps to argue that that was an illegal slide.
That was directly at the base. The slide began before the base. He stayed on the base after the slide, and the contact was below the knee. So other than Story's bobble right here, everything is right.
Yep. Textbook, really, by the new rule.
But if you're Matt, you have to come out and you have to ask. You have to go out there and check. Walt Weiss is going to have to make sure that, are you sure that slide was all within the new rules? Probably asking him sliding over the bag, going over the bag, but
he stayed on it.
Yeah, he did everything right. There it is, right at the bag.
As long as you can still remain in contact with the base, it's clean. When you're talking about sliding over it.
You see the contact. He touches the bag and his foot rolls over the bag and comes up into LeMahieu's ankle a little bit, but there is no contact above the knee, and Kike slid directly at second base.
We saw 2 games end on one of those calls in the first week of the season, and it seems things have quieted down some since. All right, so a 10-8 game. Dodgers down to their final bullet, and A.J. Ellis to bat out of the 9th spot. First home run of the season came last night with a much quieter wind in from left. If A.J. can reach, Chase Utley would come up. Kendrick at 3rd, Thompson at 1st. Good speed representing the tying run. Ball 1. Line towards left center and a base hit. Thompson first to 3rd. A.J. Ellis an RBI single. It's a 10-9 game with a tying run 90 feet away for Utley.
A.J. ushered Kenta Maeda through a beautiful outing yesterday. In the post-game interview with Alana, she asked about the quality at bat and the home run, and A.J. said, you know what, it's nice to have all the hard work with my hitting coach pay off. And it does again.
And I also like the way Trayce Thompson went from 1st to 3rd on that ball. The outfield was deep, but it also plays a factor in that now a wild pitch can tie this game up.
Culberson pinch running for Ellis at 1st. How about the drama in the series finale? Rockies scored 9 straight to take a 10-7 lead into the 9th. Dodgers have scored twice, And have men at the corners with 2 gone for Utley. Strike 1. Careful on that throw back from Garneau.
Chase Utley has been the spark plug. He gave him a spark in Atlanta in the 10th inning with a base hit off of Jason Grilli, and then stole second and then won that game. Started this series off with a triple in the gap to right center.
Asked for time at the last moment. Two runs in the bank against McGee. Tying run at third. Go ahead run at first. 0-1. It gets by, and this game is tied. That's why you hustle from first to third, Nomar.
I'll pat you on the back, Nomar. Noticing that outfield was deep. Noticing A.J. Ellis's base hit was in the gap, and Trace Thompson unleashed his legs to get to third. And that, when this wild pitch gets uncorked, allows the Dodgers to tie the game.
Really easy for Trace Thompson when he comes up with the bases loaded to hit that ground ball. Put your head down. You've had a tough day out there in the outfield, and to just say woe is me, but when he's on the bases, he still made an impact by making a smart running play, and it pays off.
Now the go-ahead run at second. 2-1 on Utley. Single from Gonzalez. Grandal reaches on a fielder's choice. Single from Kendrick. Walk from Hernandez. Thompson reaches on a fielder's choice. Base hit from Ellis. Tying run scores on the wild pitch. 2-2 on Chase Utley.
You know when we have an exciting game, Joe, when Nomar starts doing colors standing up.
What a wild one.
I'm like the Dodger fans right now, Earl.
Exactly.
On their feet,
I
watching.
So many key moments in this inning. From the overturned play when it looked like Grandal had flied out to right, with Gonzalez crashing into the stands, initially ruled a catch, overturned in replay. Hernandez, a pinch hit walk. A juggle of what would have been a game-ending double play. Pinch hit single from Ellis. 2-2 to Utley. Line drive, base hit, Dodgers lead. A 4-spot in the 9th inning. And Chase Utley's RBI double puts him in front 11-10.
Their first hit of the series was a triple by Chase Utley. It possibly could be the last hit of the series, a double that puts the Dodgers ahead to win the rubber game of the match here in Colorado. Chase takes another fastball that's in the middle in and just drives it for a line drive.
I think we were talking about Chase in the open. How important he has been to this Dodger lineup the entire season. The veterans coming through, picking them up. It's really been setting the table for the entire lineup. That was huge.
Awesome. What a weird game.
The first 2 games you got tastes of Coors Field, but this third game,
this is Coors Field.
You got the whole banquet.
Corey Seager, the 8th man to bat in this inning. Kenley Jansen getting loose.
And make no mistake, this is going to be a big at bat here too, getting that extra, and we've been saying that all along. It's never enough here.
Corey 1 for 4 today. He had a 2-run triple back in the third that made it 7-1 Dodgers. They didn't have another hit until Adrian Gonzalez started this inning with a single. But now the line reads 11 runs on 10 hits for the Dodgers. 10 runs on 11 hits for the Rockies. A 1-1 to Corey Seager. Spins outside. Nightmarish ninth continuing for McGee. The Rockies acquired from the Rays this offseason. Strike two. Rockies with a 5 spot in the bottom of the 8th to take the lead. Dodgers answer with 4 here in the 9th. And now Seager trying to provide the insurance. Seager in the air to left center. That ball carries into the gap. Insurance provided by Corey Seager. It's a 5-run inning and a 12-10 lead.
What I've really liked this entire inning is that we have not seen really big swings from any of the hitters. They're going the other way. They're taking pitches. They're just thinking about, let me get on base. Let me hand it over to the guy behind me. Let me just get on. Corey Seager with the same approach, driving it the opposite way with a nice double.
So they've batted around in this inning. Yasiel Puig comes up, the 9th man, and he'll face off, it looks like, with somebody else. Jake McGee taps out. 5 from the Rockies in the bottom of the 8th. 5 from the Dodgers in the top of the 9th, and not done yet. And the series finale, 12-10 Dodgers. They've scored 5 times to chase the Rockies closer Jake McGee from the game. That'd be Jake McGee, who worked a very quiet 1-2-3 9th inning on Friday. But here, 8 men come to the plate against him, and he's replaced by Chad Qualls.
Remember when Joe Blanton came in and we said he needs to put a tourniquet on the inning? Well, Chad Qualls kind of has the same role. Blanton with 1 pitch, got a 1-6-3 double play to get out of that inning. Qualls looking to stop this. Yasiel's got something else in mind.
Big swing, strike 1. For the Rockies in the bottom of the 9th against Kenley Jansen, 8-9-1. We get a 2-run double in the second, 0 for 3 since then. ball's corked in the air to center, but playable for Barnes. And we go to the bottom of the ninth. Fasten those seatbelts. 10 runs have scored in the last half hour or so. Hopefully Kenley can put an end to that. This has been A.J. Ellis with a 2-out pinch hit single to keep the line moving. On that base hit, Trace Thompson hustles first to third, and it's a good thing he did, because the next batter saw a wild pitch go by, and Thompson came in to tie the game. Chase Utley doubled down the right side to score Charlie Culberson, who was pinch running for A.J. Ellis, to give the Dodgers the 1-run lead. Corey Seager's opposite field double providing the insurance, and setting the stage for Kenley Jansen, who leads the majors with 8 saves this season and 8 opportunities, and dating back to last year, 20 consecutive successful saves.
Well, the adrenaline rush that Kenley probably got from watching the offense explode after feeling the depression of the bottom of the 8th and watching his bullpen mates fail, he's got to be inspired to finish this game off with a W.
Works against Dustin Garneau. The catcher's had a good day with 2 hits and a walk, and takes ball 1. Tony Walters is on deck, and then it's to the top of the Rockies order. Couple of defensive changes. Kike Hernandez is in left. Trace Thompson slides into center, replacing Jock Peterson. 2-0.
Both sides have emptied their bench. That last inning when Chad Qualls came in, they brought in their catcher Tony Walters to play second base, Colorado, and for the Dodgers, they've used everybody.
Kenley has missed with his first 3 pitches.
It's a rarity for him to lose command. He's been attacking with the cutter throughout the early part of this year.
Four-pitch walk. Garneau reaches to start the bottom of the 9th.
This ballpark today has played like a twilight zone, from the strong winds that made Trace Thompson absolutely whiff on a ball, to what the pitchers have done sometimes, losing command, to what we've seen fielders botching infield ground balls or pitchers dropping bunts. A leadoff walk doesn't feel real good.
And now Walters, representing the tying run, has not homered. After him, it's Barnes. There's a strike.
Get him back on track. That first walk by Kenley was his first walk of the season.
Sometimes visually, you know, you lose your release point there, the first hitter, and he's a right-handed hitter, and then it's refreshing to see the hitter stand in the other batter's box and get you back in line.
Just outside of third, strike two. Dodgers led 7-1 after 3 innings. Rockies got 3 in the 4th. They got 1 in the 6th and stranded the bases loaded in that inning. They left 2 on in the 8th or in the 7th before striking for 5 in the 8th to take a 10-7 lead. And the Dodgers get in the 5 spot in the top of the 9th. Kenley bounces back with a strikeout of Walters on 3 pitches, 1 away.
7 pitches, 4 balls to start the inning, and the next 3 are strike, strike, and strike.
Good location with this fastball. We talk about that as a hitter when you're anticipating a mid-90s fastball, somebody who's coming at you, when they throw that, just that one that's kind of eye level or just above the strike zone, and you see that, it's hard to lay off of it as a hitter.
Now ground ball can end the ball game. Here's Brandon Barnes. Ball 1.
The Rockies thought a ground ball to Trevor Story was going to end the game. That little boot left the door open for the Dodgers.
The presence of mind by Kike Hernandez to stay within the new slide rule to make sure that they didn't end the game on an illegal slide call. We've reached the 4-hour mark on this game. The longest 9-inning game in Coors Field history, by the way, was against the Dodgers, June 30th, 1996, in a 16-15 Rockies win. It went 4 hours and 20 minutes. Strike 1 to Barnes. He's 0 for 4 tonight. It's tonight now. Runner at first and 1 gone. Bottom of the 9th. And a high fly ball to center. Thompson works back on it. Still going to the track with room for the 2nd out. And as that ball hangs in the air, you start to wonder because of the way the wind is moving towards right.
The last third of that fly ball was taking a ride on the wind.
And it's Trevor Story. Of course it is. Representing the tying run in the bottom of the 9th inning with the Rockies down to their final out. Tied for the major league lead with 8 home runs. It would take one monstrous swing to pull a home run with the way the wind is blowing, but Story has opposite field power too.
We talked about that fence in right center where it's already knocked down 3 balls that would have been home runs last year. So that's where his power is, as you mentioned there, Joe.
Jansen home with an 0-1 pitch. And it's just outside.
And this pitch looked really good. I mean, yeah, it catches the corner. I thought that was a strike. Everybody needs to focus late in the games.
Even 4-hour games. Comes a 1-1. Runner takes off on strike 2.
Okay, steal set or catch catcher's indifference or defensive indifference getting to second because the main guy is right there at home plate.
What a win this would be. Now what a road trip this would be if Jansen can get one more strike. A set in the 1-2 pitch to Story. Got it! A 5-run ninth inning for the Dodgers to win 12-10 and win this series 2-1.
Parts of the bullpen were immaculate. Parts struggled today. Parts of the offense were really good. But at the end of the game, the Dodgers ended up on top.
Games like this early in the season can really have an impact throughout the entire season. Later in the season, closer games, the belief that you can come back and you're never out of it. Even when a team comes back the way they did late in the innings, great job by the Dodgers to pull this one out.
Our Lexus play of the game goes back to an earlier moment, a defensive moment that saved some runs on a day where not many were saved. Yasiel Puig with his second tremendous play of this series out in front of that right center field wall. It's our Lexus play of the game. The Dodgers have won 8 of their last 11 and sit at 12-7 on the season, extending that early season lead in the division with a series win against Colorado. They go 4-2 on this road trip. That does it from Denver for the moment. For Oral and Nomar and Alana, Joe Davis saying so long. We get you to Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by Nissan.